Recording stopped. Mandla,
Rebel.
how are you, my brother?
I'm well, yourself?
No, I'm 100% just tired. Hey,
Hey, when I'm even at the airport where I am. Oh,
where are you going?
I'm from Free State. I'm going to Mpumalanga.
Oh, no,
Mm.
travel safe. What time is your flight?
I just arrived in Mpumalanga now. I'm in Mpumalanga airport.
Oh, that's good.
I realized, or should I go network on the way to the house? It will be a problem.
Yeah.
So let
No,
me just.
but in Pumalanga, we're leading properly.
and thereafter will join after learning in Peter Marisburg. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, besides the minister who I see is on the platform, the deputy minister, dear Manamela, I'm checking if the DG is on the platform. I see the DG is on the platform. Trying to check if the chair of NSFAS is also on the platform. I am struggling to see him. Mr. Costa, can you confirm that you're on the platform?
I am, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much. I'm here and I'm joined by the CEO. Thank you.
Okay, so I can see the acting CEO and the chair in one space. All right, thank you. All right, and then Anela, can you confirm from the service providers who's on the platform?
Hi, Chair. I think most of them, they are here, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I ask that the leader of delegation of each company, please just introduce yourself and which company you represent so that we have an idea of the 4 companies that should be with us.
Okay, I will start. Is Tami Mazibugo from Coinvest. With me is Mr. Ndabe Koyama, who is a GM, Coinvest Money, and myself, I'm the project manager on the NSFAS project.
All right, Mr. Mazibugo, can I kindly request that you just open your video for the purposes of introductions?
You mean myself?
Yes, and your team, when they eventually do speak, can they please open their videos?
Okay.
All right, so that's Mr. Tami Mazibugo from Coinvest. Thank you so much. Can we get the next service provider?
It's Neil McIntyre from Noracco Corporation, and I've got Agbo Kande. Dr. Agbo Kande is also with us, part of our delegation for
Please
Noracco
open
Corporation.
your camera, Neil.
Yeah, here I am. Can you see me?
All right.
Agbo, can you open your camera?
I hope that by the time you are presenting, you'll be stationary.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
All right. Thank you. Can I note the next company, please?
Hi there, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm audible at the moment.
We can hear you, and now we can see you.
Perfect. Perfect. It's myself, Ryan Passmore, Project Executive, and Bonga Nkosi Mtetwa from Tenet Technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the last one?
Saud Ali from eZaga, and I've got Chantal Naidu also joining us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, colleagues. As I hand over to the minister, I just want to indicate to members that the reason why we're meeting at 5 is because there are rules and guidelines for constituency period and when we can or cannot meet. And so the guidelines were given is that our meeting would be approved if it is scheduled to sit after 5. And thus it was approved. So initially it was not approved until we pleaded our case with why it was important for us to have this meeting, given that it had been postponed previously. I am really hoping that we will have a fruitful engagement. The reason why we're meeting is because we had met with NSFAS, and out of that initial meeting that we had in the third term of 2023, 3 matters came up. 1, we needed to have more time for NSFAS to substantially respond to us in terms of the many questions we had asked. And so in fact, they indicated as well that they would appreciate an opportunity to come later so that they can package their responses better. So that was the first reason, for them to come back with responses on the questions we had asked. We had also given them a recommendation or requested that they come back to us with a clear way forward in terms of how we're going to meet or reach day 0 of backlog on appeals, backlog on queries that have not been responded to, backlog on allowances that have not been dispersed, backlog on accreditation of accommodation that has not taken place. And so we asked for a comprehensive and substantive, but very clear and succinct way forward or turnaround strategy on those particular matters. And then lastly, we had noted that there was a lot that was being said on whether or not students have received their allowances. And I mean, there were cases where NSFAS says we have dispersed allowances, or they have dispersed, of course, through the administration of the service providers. And then students would say, no, we've not received the allowances, or we've received the incorrect amount. And so the best way for us to close this gap was to ensure that the service provider comes in so that we can cross-reference what the one says against the other in terms of disbursement of allowances, so whether or not allowances have been dispersed and whether or not the accurate amount was dispersed. There are issues that we know are currently being investigated around the capacity of the service providers, around the manner in which the companies were given the responsibility or appointed to render the responsibility of dispersing allowances to students. And noting that current investigation is taking place, we also need to be cautious on some of the questions that we ask so that we're not legally contradicting the processes that are currently taking place. So that is then, honorable members, why we have converged finally this afternoon or this evening. And I really want to appreciate all members, including the minister, the deputy minister, the leadership of NSFAS, and the service providers for availing themselves for the meeting. I'd like to note the hand of Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of the most disrespected portfolio in Parliament. I want to bring this issue before we start, Honorable Chair, or before anyone can come to speak, be it the minister and all people present here, that before the minister or before we proceed with today's meeting, Honorable Chair, we understand the problems that are there in NSFAS, which is corruption amongst others. And these problems are systematic problems which didn't start with the current board members or board leadership of NSFAS. It's actually started long time before. On 2020, this issue was raised. And then 2021, Minister Blade Zimande also established an investigation committee of some sort and appointed a professor by Jonas Balims to go and investigate all these corruption issues which are happening on NSFAS that are delaying also, amongst others, the release of allowances to the students. The professor Jonas Balims went. Chair, let me finish because I think it will assist the meeting.
1 second, Honorable Shukambana, 1 second. Honorable Sibia, can you please mute your device?
Let me proceed, Chair, because I think it will assist them.
Okay, just 1 second. Let me deal with one matter at a time. So I want to make sure that Honorable Sibia's mic is off. And then I want to also guide you, which I can, and which is my responsibility as the chair. I'm saying if the issue is not procedural, can you please allow us to package it for discussions?
It is, Chair, because it's part of what we're going to discuss here. what I'm about to say, and I
So it's
cannot.
going to assist us with procedure. With
Yes,
the,
it's going to assist us with procedure on how we should start this meeting today going forward. Because I think we cannot proceed with this meeting before this matter is being raised and before the minister also take us into confidence with what I'm about to say. Because the minister also went to appoint Professor Jonas Balims, and he came back with a report with regard to the previous board of NSFAS and all corruptions that were there on NSFAS that actually, amongst others, contributed to the delays of allowances to be distributed to the students. And up to date, that report is still with the minister. Minister has never released that report. And today we are sitting here. We are coming to discuss the turnaround strategies of NSFAS. That turnaround strategies of NSFAS, where is it actually coming from? Because it should be guided by the very same report that is in the hands of the minister. And the minister does not want to release that report. So what I'm saying is that before the minister can take a platform and say anything, he must then give us the report.
That has a direct impact on
he must then give the report
today.
because this meeting is going to be meaningless because we're going to speak about issues that were supposed to have been guided from the report of Professor Jonas Balim. And that report is sitting with the minister.
Chair,
The minister does not want to bring forward the
point of
report.
order.
Chair, point of order,
before we
Point
proceed
of order, Chairperson.
Can we have the report?
I'm going to have to mute you. Honorable Shikwambana, if you open your mic now, I'm asking that you refrain from continuing to make your point. Your point is not procedural, doesn't affect the agenda of today. Is it important, the matter you want to?
It's incorrect. It does affect because these matters are not coming, are not falling from the sky.
Discussions.
These matters start way back.
Points of order, Chair.
Discussions, Honorable Shikwambana. You can raise the matter during discussions.
But I'm saying before we start, the minister must provide us with a report of Professor Jonas Balim.
You are well within your right during the discussions of this meeting to raise that point.
But before we mislead each other, we turn around strategies and everything. Can we have this report first?
Can request for that report during discussions, and I don't think that there will be any problem with that.
No, Chair. It's wrong, Chair. I cannot ask the report during the. I must ask the report. Minister, before he can proceed, he give us the report.
I'm going to mute
Chair, we've been raising a point of order for a while.
The points of orders from Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Pillay, and then I see Honorable Litzie and Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Chirwa, your hand was up first, and then Honorable Litzie. So I'll take Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Chirwa, and Honorable Litzie. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to call the point of order in terms of point of procedure to say in this particular meeting, we normally go according to the invite and the program as tabulated here. And I think you have covered me when you said to Honorable Shikwambani, he will put his discussion forth when we get to the point of discussions because of whatever that he's doing now, it has never happened before. So that's what I wanted to say in terms of point of procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I'm partly covered. Just to say that we have an agenda and we need to stick to it. And I think that you have to enforce the Chairperson's authority. If a member is going to continue to digress this meeting, then you need to be able to take action on that. Thank you.
But Chair, I'm being misquoted. I'm not diverting the meeting. I'm being misquoted. I'm being misquoted. I can't allow to be misquoted like this.
No, Honorable Shikwambana, if you continue to interject like that, I am going to have to remove you from the meeting, and I really don't want to.
But it will be unjust for students and also for people, public who want to know about the report.
You can
because the minister has been long sitting with this report.
Okay,
he doesn't want to leave this report. Maybe, perhaps, it's part of.
If you continue to interrupt and interject like that, Honorable Shikwambana, we will have to remove you from the meeting the same way we would if we were in the House. Please don't do that. Honorable Chirwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we're misunderstanding what Honorable Shikwambana is trying to say here. He's merely trying to portray the fact that report will affect even what the minister and probably the stakeholders will have to say about today's meeting and agenda. And to avoid going back to the beginning and having questions unanswered, noting and seeing that people are going to go in and out of this meeting as they please. Stella report so that we can also engage it right now. And then during discussions, we can also touch on that report as well. That is the request, Honorable Shikwambana, and I think can be easily addressed. Just to request the minister to release the report or send it to us, and then we have it in our possession even during the discussion and the presentations. It's not a big ask.
All right, thank you. Noted, Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Izie.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, to yourself and all honorable members. Good afternoon, Ministry, Minister and Deputy Minister, DG, and good afternoon to NSFAS and all our and everybody else on the platform, including the companies on the platform. Two things, Chair. One, I was noting on the chats that we have people, I don't know them. One is Botetsa Karabo or Botetsa Karabo and Kabiso Molokwane, who are recording our meeting. Not sure that is procedural. Wanted to ask for indulgence on that one. And then number two, Chair, I was also rising on a point of order to say, one, we can't what is the correct word? When you're on constituency period, even English runs away. But we can't assume to know what the minister is going to cover and is not going to cover on his opening. And therefore, it's not right to say the minister is not going to cover what is contained in the report. What Honorable Mandla Shikwambana should say is that can request that the report be made public, and let's hear what the minister says. If the correct procedure in the ministry has been followed to make the report public, then he will say so. But if not, then it's also within his right to, if he did not agree with the recommendations and so forth, that he does not make it public. So what I think Honorable Mandla Shikwambana should be saying is that, can we get that report to be made public? And then lastly, it's out of order for Honorable Shikwambana to keep on interjecting when he has not been pointed out to speak. Even when he's been told to stop, he continues to speak. So I think, Chair, let's probably allow or give him the last warning that he can't continue to do that. If he continues to do that, then that bodes on the disrespect of the meeting. And I think you must then take charge of this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Itie. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wanted to rise on Rule 90 of the joint rules, because what Honorable Shikwambana is doing is that he's anticipating a matter that is on the agenda without giving proper accidents to what the rule of anticipation requires. I would like that the chair rule that Honorable Shikwambana does not have a right to anticipate a matter that is already on the agenda in the way that he's doing. And in a manner also presupposing that there are details that will not be furnished or will be furnished in this meeting. I am rising on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Shikwambana, I'm not going to note your hand because you raised the matter and everyone has now called their own points of order after you raised the matter. So yeah, I need to rule now. Firstly, Honorable Shikwambana, in future, no, Honorable Shikwambana, please. In future, please, if you do have a matter that you would like to be tabled or to be added to the agenda, please do communicate that with the Secretariat. That's how we work.
That's how I wanted to speak before you rule, Chair, because now you are ruling out of what I said. I misquoted again, and you are ruling on misquotation.
Okay, Honorable Shikwambana, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, what I'm saying, Honorable Chair, is that the minister have been sitting with this report, whom everyone is saying it may form part of the presentation, which we are not sure, all of us. And this report from 2021.
Honorable Shikwambana,
Then I'm saying,
no, Honorable Shikwambana, no. We are going to have to remove you. There's nothing else that you are saying that's going to be different to what you said earlier on. Honorable Shikwambana, if you interject again, I will have to remove you. This is your last warning now. Firstly, in future, if you want a matter to be brought before the committee, do indicate that to the Secretariat. There's nothing that stops you. If you wanted that report to be furnished to us now, then you could have indicated that to the Secretariat. We could have communicated that to the Minister. You also cannot preempt that matters that are relating to that report could be added or could not be added. You also cannot interject the chairperson or any other member whilst they are speaking. The rules that are used in the chambers apply to committee meetings. So I'm saying we're going to continue with this meeting. There's an agenda that's been set. You are more than welcome to raise your concerns and your guidance within the discussions of this particular meeting. And if you feel that your issues have not been raised, you will indicate that. If by the time we get to discussions, what is concerning you has not been covered, then you will indicate that and we'll take a way forward from there. But please, Honorable Shikwambana, do not derail this meeting. Your issues are noted and let us allow for us to continue with the agenda that has been set. In future, if you want to shape the agenda, communicate with the Secretariat or myself, and we are more than willing to take any views that come from members that can strengthen the oversight work that we do that is of collective importance to us. So I'd like for us to continue, and it's your last warning, Honorable Shikwambana. If you interject again, I will have to remove you from this platform. I would then like for all of us to lower our hands. At this point in time, I would like to hand over to the Minister. Minister, our items are clear. You will lead the delegation of the department and of NSFAS. We want to get our responses from the previous engagement that we had with NSFAS, and I hope NSFAS has all those responses. I saw a letter that came from, or an email that came saying that they're asking that those responses be sent to us by the 6th. I hope that was a mistake, because we all know that in this meeting we are supposed to receive responses. We're supposed to receive a way forward on those particular matters relating to getting to the end of backlog on allowances, on queries, on appeals, on the slow pace of accreditation of accommodation, and of disbursement of allowances. We want a way forward. Are we ready for 2024 as well? And lastly, we want to be able to understand who exactly is fooling who in relation to the disbursement of allowances. We want to be brought into confidence by NSFAS and by service providers that every student has received their allowances. And why exactly are there students who are saying they haven't received their allowances? Because I can tell you now, at Wits University, there are students who till today will say have not received their allowances. If they've received their allowances for September, they've not received their allowances for August, and we need to get to the end of that today. We need to be given a proper way forward on how we're going to resolve those matters. I'd like to then hand over to Minister. Honorable Shikwambana, I'm not noting your hand. We're continuing with the meeting. We need to get responses. We need to get the way forward. And
just one second. Just one second. Just one second.
Honorable Shikwambana, I'm going to have to remove you from the meeting, and I really don't want to. Anela, can you please remove Honorable Shikwambana from the meeting?
But Chair, it's not fair because I'm trying to make my point.
Honorable
The minister is going to leave, and by the time we do our presentation, he won't be there. He's leaving the meeting, Minister. He's leaving the meeting. By the time we're going to present as individuals and members, he won't be part of the meeting.
Minister, as far as we are concerned, you will leave. Please, can you clarify at which point
you won't be there?
Honorable Shikwamban, Anele, can you please remove Honorable Shikwambana from the platform? Can you please remove Honorable Shikwambana from the platform? Yes, Honorable Yabo.
Chair, I rose on a rule, and I feel you have not dealt with the ruling on the rule I raised on Honorable Shikwambana's and rule of anticipation, because he's anticipating in this meeting a matter which is already on the agenda. And yes, you agree.
Yabo, I accepted your point of order. We accept your point of order that let us allow for the meeting to continue. We cannot anticipate what will be said or will not be said. That was captured. Honorable Chirwa, I will not take your hand as well. I would like for us to continue with our meeting. Honorable
point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Chirwa.
Chairperson, I'm really worried, honestly, because we're dealing about something that is enshrined in our constitution as well, which is the issue of accessing information that is held by the state. Honorable Shikwamban is not asking something that is out of the jurisdiction or the prescription of the meeting or anything that will even delay the meeting or even postpone it. He is saying that for him to participate and act properly as a public representative on the issues that are raised, he requires that report to engage in this particular meeting. It's not a big ask. All it requires that the minister must just release the report or send it to us as members of this portfolio committee so we can engage him as they do the presentation. It's not a big ask. And nobody's going to be placed in jeopardy or anything of that sort. The meeting is not going to be postponed or anything. The agenda is not going to be changed. We're just asking for the report. That's in Jekha. And the minister is constitutionally obliged and obligated to share the information that he has. He can't just keep a report to himself because efuna noma ethanda, especially because there's a request from an honorable member in this particular portfolio committee that is requesting.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Pele.
Chairperson, the agenda does not have the report on it, and so it cannot be placed on the agenda now. We received the agenda.
We're not placing the report on the agenda.
Honorable Chirwa.
We're not saying it must be placed on the agenda.
Honorable Chirwa, there's not. Honorable Chirwa.
So clear,
Honorable Chirwa, there is a member whose point of order I had acknowledged. Honorable Chirwa, I am not going to repeat myself after this. Honorable members, I will not note any points of orders after this. If you have an item that you want the portfolio committee to address and to handle, you know the procedures that you need to follow. You write to the secretary of the committee, you write to myself. Many members have done that throughout time. In fact, that's not the request. If I were to indicate which party has not sent proposals when we've asked for them, it would be very petty of me.
That's not the request.
There is no, me and you are not having a dialogue, Honorable Chirwa. We're not having a dialogue.
You only have it with men. I'm sure
Honorable Chirwa, we're not having a dialogue.
I'm very sure. I'm sure you're that is not the request.
Adela, can you please remove Honorable Chirwa from the platform?
Of course. Yes, patriarchy princess, do it.
Honorable members, there is a clear process on how we go about raising matters in this committee. There has never been a time where a matter a member does not want to bring forth has not been brought forth. There is a way in which we discuss and engage. There's never been a point where we start engagements before we've even received presentations. So we will not accept a derailing of this particular portfolio committee. We are all committed to wanting to ensure that young people in this country have access to teaching and learning and institutions of higher learning. We are all committed to ensuring that we hold the executive to account, but there's a manner in which we're meant to do our work. And we need to respect that. We have set an agenda. If members disagreed with the agenda, then they ought to have communicated that prior. If members wanted particular information, then they could have communicated that prior. So this behavior that none of us understand, we're not going to accept it, because now we've spent 33 minutes dealing with frivolous points of orders when we could have been receiving a presentation from the minister and affording ourselves sufficient time to then engage and make points and make reference to whichever reports we believe could have assisted us. But let us do things ngendlela right, please. I'd like to, at this point, then hand over to yourself, Minister, and to the DG, as well as the colleagues from NSFAS. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope there is no noise in the background that is disturbing you, as I am en route to catch my flight, as I had apologized. Also, if you allow me to switch off the video, since you have now seen me that I'm not a spook, so that I don't get disturbed by a network that seems to be partly unstable. With your permission, Chair. Chairperson, I'm going to be very brief, because my understanding of this meeting is that much as it is accounting about what NSFAS is doing in addressing the concerns that you had raised, you have dedicated a large part of this meeting to hearing the service providers and hearing NSFAS itself. Let me start by greeting you, Chair, and all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greet our Deputy Minister, Puti Manamela, the DG of DHET, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, the Chair of the Board of NSFAS, Mr. Ernest Kosa, and all the board members of NSFAS here, as well as senior management, all DHET senior managers present. Ladies and gentlemen and comrades, I just want to say very briefly, Chair. Firstly, thanks for accepting my apology, because as a result of the meeting being changed, it then clashed with my time of flying, which I couldn't change between yesterday and today. It's the last flight that I'm taking. And I've been told that I have to leave here at 10 to 6 sharp if I'm not going to be closed from the boarding gate, going to shut out. I think let me just set out a brief context. That's what I want to do about NSFAS. The mission of NSFAS is made up primarily of 3 distinct but closely interrelated elements, which describe why NSFAS exists. NSFAS exists to provide financial aid to eligible students at private colleges and public universities as per government policy, as administered by the Department of Higher Education and Training. Secondly, NSFAS also identifies eligible students guided by national policy and provides bursaries as well as collect past student loan repayments from those students who were in the old NSFAS system to make sure these resources are available to future generations. And thirdly, NSFAS supports access to and success in higher education and training for students from poor and working class families who would otherwise not be able to afford to study. So NSFAS is not only interested in access, but it's also interested in success. That is why the NSFAS package goes a long way to ensure both access and success by providing what is needed by students who qualify. And this is what I expect from NSFAS, Chair. led by its board and management team to execute this mandate on a daily basis. And I expect nothing less from them. And I really want to also more publicly indicate that NSFAS truly represents one of the most progressive interventions by the ANC government to systematically break intergenerational poverty by ensuring that no learner, no dependent is deprived from accessing post-school education by virtue of coming from a poor family. And it's very important given where we come from. There's no doubt that this government has made enormous contributions in this regard, and we expect this to continue. That is why NSFAS is spending 48 billion rands this year to actually support students from the working class and the poor, and have reached 1 million, which is a huge mark from where it started with its predecessor, TEFSA. We are also funding just under 160,000 students who were SASSA beneficiaries. A very important commitment of government of cushioning the poor from birth up to accessing post-school education and training if they indeed qualify. We have prioritized massive increase. It is for this reason that by tackling the problems that are there is part of defending these gains. And we are prepared to defend these gains, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, as this government, for the sake of the working class and the poor of our country. Now, we know, and I want to say this up front, I've said this before and I want to repeat it. Our detractors want to attack NSFAS left, right, and center because they know that this is one of the government schemes that does not just cushion people from poverty, but it's breaking intergenerational poverty by producing new professionals, managers, artisans, and many other future people who play an important role in our economy, as well as creating a better life for themselves and their families. And I must also indicate, NSFAS is the biggest single largest student funding agency in the continent, and it's a unique scheme in the world. I'm not aware of a similar scheme, both in developing and developed countries, as we have here, with the exception of a country like Cuba as a socialist country because it operates within a completely different context. That is why we've committed in increasing NSFAS resources quite significantly. And I want to assure this committee that NSFAS also, much as it may be experiencing challenges that I'm concerned about, it's incorrect to projecting it as if it's lying flat on its stomach. NSFAS is not lying flat on its stomach. As I'm speaking now, hundreds of thousands of NSFAS beneficiaries are studying, moving towards writing their exams, and actually making the best out of the situation that has been created by this government. Precisely because of this, the successes and the scale of the scheme, there are bound to be problems. And that is why the only context I want to say today, Chair and honorable members and comrades, is that when I was getting reports of problems with direct payment, the allowances, I met in August with the board of NSFAS, the full board, and I said, I want you to explain to me what is going on. Whether it's about the charges from these payments by the students, the issue of onboarding of students, the issue of students who were not eligible and have therefore been removed, including also the processes of appeals. I even said, Chair, I want by the end of September, the appeal process to be done with. I gave this to NSFAS, these instructions, because I wanted NSFAS to address them. And also, I do want to say that thus far, Chair, I have confidence in the board, because whenever I've raised issues with the board has been able to deal with the challenges. As I'm speaking to you right now, NSFAS has come back to me, and I'm sure they will be able to clarify in their presentation, to say, Minister, this is what we have done. I'm not going to go into detail about that. If the portfolio committee wants me to come back at some stage to ask me now as Nzimande to say, Nzimande, are you satisfied with what NSFAS has done? I will be able to come back and say, yes, I'm satisfied, or I'm satisfied here, I'm not satisfied there. There are still other outstanding reports, as the chairperson I'm sure will indicate to you, that I still need to get in order to complete the picture of all the challenges that face us. Part of the challenge was the fact that the CEO had to be given special leave, and then in a process to investigate the allegations surrounding that. Why, as many people, as some people were actually throwing stones at the CEO, let's actually get through this process and satisfy ourselves. I want to say, Chair, whatever reservations I might have had, it's in the best judgment of the portfolio committee to then today call the service providers so that you yourselves are able to satisfy yourselves, such that when we then next meet and you want me to give a full-blown account with all the reports that have been in, I will be able to do that without fear of any reservations. And indeed, I'm wishing that this portfolio committee meeting be a success in terms of allowing yourselves to get deeper, largely by looking at what the service providers are doing, as we have actually decided to. I'm not running away, Chair, because I'm not running away, as people are saying, because as I have said, and the apology has been accepted, I couldn't change this arrangement with the date and the time of the portfolio committee change. I also want to end, Chair, by saying this, that I don't recall any report that I have not released publicly, including the Balim report on NSFAS. I stand to be corrected by the DG if I am mistaken about that. And if that report, by any means, which I find it hard to believe, has never been publicly released, there is absolutely no problem in releasing the report. And Chair, you are right. The portfolio committee needs to tell us ahead of time. Minister, as you are coming to the portfolio committee, here are the things that we want, and we also want you to circulate a report to us that we have not seen, or which we do not know whether it was released publicly. And I'll do that, Chair, without any hesitation. All that I do, I don't hide, and this government believes in transparency. And the movement I represent, the African National Congress, is actually responsible for having brought about the kind of political dispensation we've had since 1994, which is actually transparency and openness, including accountability. So I am willing to be able to provide, if you request, whatever report that you want me to provide. I am not into hiding anything. I just thought that I needed to say that, Chair. As I have said, when I land, I will rejoin the meeting. But in the meantime, my deputy minister is in the meeting, and the DG of the department is also in the meeting. The chairperson of NSFAS is also in the meeting, as well as the service providers that you want. With that, chairperson, as I have said, I've been told that by 10:02, I have to dash so that I am not locked out of the boarding gate. I thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will see you when you then land, and we know we are in the capable hands of the DM, Deputy Minister Putimanamela. DM, I'd like to check with you if there's anything you'd like to add before I hand over to the DG.
Not at all, not at all, Chair.
All right, thank you. I'd also like to note that Minister DG, if you can assist with confirming whether or not the Balim report is public, and let's just clarify that. And if there is a need after discussions for us to, agree to having previous reports on NSFAS being brought to us in a consolidated format for us to try and look at what has been recommended and what could be the best way forward, then we can do that, and we can definitely schedule a meeting of that nature. This committee and what it does is shaped by the recommendations that come from all its members. So there's no one who is averse to any item that could assist the sector being brought before the committee. But there is a way in which we do it, and members are well aware of that. Can I then at this point hand over to the DG, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mkhatshwa. Very warm greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and all other esteemed members invited in this meeting, starting with the Honorable Minister who has addressed us, our Deputy Minister, Honorable Manamela, who's here with us, and the Chairperson of the portfolio of NSFAS, Mr. Ernest Kosa, and the Acting CEO, Mr. Ramrosi. Chairperson, may I start by addressing the issue you've brought before the Minister and myself, and I wish to confirm that the Balim report is a public report to the point where the public protector has asked for it and we have handed it to him. And any other member of the public who requests this report, it shall be made available. I think it's important that I say so. And if it's required for us to submit it to the Portfolio Committee, we shall do so. I hope that is clear enough, Honorable Chair. Secondly, Chair, may I indicate that we come to this meeting determined to assist and support the Portfolio Committee in finding answers to the questions that are required for oversight, but at the same time, in demonstrating the progress that the department is making in its support of NSFAS, that is fresh from a board post-parade that was held over the weekend, at which the chair of NSFAS met all members of the board to engage intensively with all the issues relating to resolution of matters related to the new direct payment system, the delays in resolving student appeals and accreditation of student accommodation, and plans to improve the ICT systems, plans to achieve day zero of outstanding student appeals and query resolution matters. And I think we are satisfied that a thorough engagement has occurred, and we believe that in the presentations that we are making today, there will be evidence of a new direction that is taken by the entity. Chairperson, may I also indicate that as part of the briefings, the chair of the board will provide the context, and the CEO present the technical areas of the questions asked, but this will be supported by a briefing by Tenet Technology on the background and profile and their contract with NSFAS, disbursements of allowances to students, and challenges experienced and plans in place to mitigate those. Equally, eZaga will do the same, as well as Noracco Corporation and Coinvest Africa. All of these service providers, led by their most senior people, will present before the portfolio committee. As a department, we are satisfied that the compliance by the entities of our department to the requirements for oversight by our parliament are met. And we are determined to make sure that this becomes a culture that will define the approach, the posture, and our attitude as a department. In this regard, Chairperson, allow me to hand over to the chair of the portfolio committee. I'm sorry, chair of NSFAS, to make his remarks before the presentations as requested by the chair.
Thank you, DG. Chair Khoza.
Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of this honorable committee, the Deputy Minister, the Director General, my colleagues from the board and members of management present here. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to come before this honorable committee to address the issues that you have raised in the letter of invitation, which issues are as follows: a turnaround plan to resolve the problems related to the new direct payment system, delays in resolving student appeals and accreditation of student accommodation, plans to improve the ICT system, plans to achieve day zero of outstanding appeals and query resolution matters. We have prepared a presentation that will address the areas reflected in the letter. But over and above that, Honorable Chair and members of the committee, we would like to respond to the questions raised by this honorable committee. The last time we had an honor to be hosted by the committee. The questions, Honorable Chair, have got various categories. Some of the questions have got to do with the outer report. Some have got to do with the step that we took of appointing Vexmans to investigate the allegations, some of which we saw in the media. Some of the questions have got to do with the AGSA, the funding of students, student appeals, ICT system, student accommodation, accreditation, living allowances, direct payments, and some have got to do with information related to how we're working at NSFAS. We have prepared a presentation, Honorable Chair, which presentation will be executed by our acting CEO, Mr. Ramoresi. After his presentation, I would like, with your permission, to come back again and address the questions raised, those that we have before us. And if you allow me, Honorable Chair, with respect, I would like to hand over to the acting CEO at this point in time. And as soon as it's done, if you allow me, I would like to come back again and respond to the questions. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Good evening, Chair. Can I proceed? Honorable Chair of the committee, can I proceed?
Proceed, my brother.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Chair of the committee, members of the committee, Minister in absentia, Deputy Minister, Director General, board members of NSFAS, and colleagues. I am going to do the presentation that has been shared with the committee. This presentation is covering the issues that were included in the agenda, ranging.
Acting CEO.
Yes,
Can
Chair.
can we put the presentation on full something mode? Can you go to view? Top left. File, edit, view. Full screen mode. No. No, go back to the other tab, to the original tab. Yes, go down. Down. Not on Zoom. Either full screen mode or read. Yeah, there. There we go. All right, you may continue, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. The issues that we'll be covering as contained into the in the invitation starts with the challenges with the direct payments, then the appeals, then followed by the ICT challenges and student accommodation. Sorry, Chair, I was finding my way around. Chair, we are starting with the highlight of the type of allowances that we pay via direct payments. And to university students, we pay living allowances, book allowances, meal allowances, and travel allowance. To the TVET college students, we pay similarly living allowance, private accommodation, personal care, and transport. After our meeting on the 6th of September, Chair, the Exco and board of NSFAS met with the student leadership to discuss as to how the challenges around the direct payments can be addressed. The board then devised a 7-step approach, which included the following steps. The first step was the formation of the 2 teams, which will report directly to the acting CEO regarding challenges. This has been done. The 2 teams will then visit 10 universities and 20 TVET colleges over 10 days, starting from Monday, 11 September until 22 September to observe the challenges on the ground. The teams have went to the ground to listen to the challenges that were being encountered. I will elaborate further on next slides as to what had transpired. The team would then report back to the acting CEO in writing. This report, Chairperson, is currently in progress. However, we are able to reflect on the interactions that we have made with the student. The acting CEO, having reviewed the report, will then develop a response strategy. The acting CEO will report to the board on the week starting 9th of October. The board, having applied its mind and having made amendments, will then develop its own report to the minister, and the shareholder will then consider the outcomes of the steps that have been taken, and also consider whether this report should be made public. Chair, on commencement of the program of the two teams, the KYC stats at that point on the university's side were mostly above 90%, with the exception of a few universities, that is University of Fort Hare, Northwest University, and UNISA. At the TVET colleges, KYC at the time was on or above 79% on average. The TVET colleges have multiple academic terms within one academic year, and that is with each of these academic terms, there is new student intakes, which also played a role in the students still having to complete their KYC at that point. Chair, we further indicated the 10 universities that were visited. We have listed the 10 universities. We have also indicated the TVET colleges that were visited. The initial target was 20 TVET colleges, but during that period, we were able to see 29 TVET colleges. The team then consolidated the challenges that they had experienced after consultation with financial aid management, bursary officers, and student representation councils of the different institutions. The challenges experienced by students across the institutions were summarized into 8 categories. The first being the slow distribution of bank cards, cyber attacks, cyber attacks, that is instances of cyber attacks that threaten student accounts, system integrity issues, and cases of alleged fraud. The third challenge is non-responsiveness or delays in query handling. The fourth challenge is partner capacity limitation, that is the resources on the ground to assist students. Challenge number 6, NSFAS data remediation impact, and that is defunding and funding status changes which strained the relationship between NSFAS and the stakeholders and affects the integrity of the direct payment methods, as students are not able to differentiate between NSFAS and partner glitches. Students NSFAS portal reflecting funded status, while the NSFAS internal systems reflects the student as not funded, which led to the student details not being sent to the partner for onboarding and disbursements afterwards. Challenge number 7 was with regards to the underage students onboarding. That is the students that were not of the age of obtaining the ID cards or ID books, which delayed the FICA or KYC process, as that process requires the student to take a photo or an image of their face together with their ID card. And lastly, the excessive bank charges. The team went on, Chairperson, to identify the solutions to these challenges. The first one being the distribution of bank cards, which has been prioritized with the partners going to campuses. It was delayed as some student leaders had disrupted the distribution at some universities by vandalizing the cards and threatening the teams that were on the ground and chasing them out of the universities. So in response to this, the partners and the internal NSFAS teams will communicate to the institutions the date that the student can expect the partners to be on the ground and the distribution of those cards that are still outstanding. Instances of alleged fraud are being investigated by NSFAS forensic team. The partners have also increased their cybersecurity measures to ensure that their systems are safe. The third solution, NSFAS has requested the partners to create a dashboard specifically giving NSFAS the information it needs for reporting. This will enable NSFAS to respond speedily to challenges raised by the institutions and students. This will also alleviate the issue of non-responsiveness of the partner call centers and query handling mechanisms as institutions will receive reports directly from NSFAS and will therefore be in a position to respond to their students speedily. The fourth solution, which is responding to the fourth challenge, NSFAS will send out servicing administrators together with resources from their partners to assist with student queries, KYC, and the distribution of cards during the month of October, so that challenges are resolved before the exam period. NSFAS would like the exam period to be as seamless as can be, so that students are not stressed by issues regarding their allowances. Response to challenge number 5, NSFAS servicing administrators and data analysts are working with the institutions to fix the registration and adjustment template errors to enable seamless disbursement process for payment of the allowances. Then number 6, NSFAS is working extensively at gaining student confidence through proper working systems and integration between the student portal and internal system. Solution 7, partners have put in place simplified onboarding mechanisms for the underage students, and the excessive bank challenges are going to be covered on the next few slides. The institutional support teams will continue to hold bi-weekly meetings with financial aid officers and the partner. On the fees, the fee journey started with the initial negotiation of the 89 rand bundle, which contained identified services and transactions, which included plus minus 30 transactions to the student. This bundle was negotiated after consulting with the student on or around October 2022, when it was reduced to a bundle a bundle costing 29 rand with 12 free transactions. Again, the student leadership was consulted, and the student leadership indicated that these 12 identified transactions are not necessary. The student want an account that will be a pay-as-you-go account. And we then negotiated in June 2020 a 12 rand account fee, which will be a pay-as-you transact fee model, which was adopted. All fees out of the bundle were being transparent and agreed upon, and the fees, as in this next slide, were communicated to the student leadership. The student account fee is 12 rand, and the pay-as-you-go transactions, which were negotiated, are 12 transactions, as indicated in that slide, starting with the ATM withdrawal, ATM point of sale cash withdrawal, point of sale swipes, and the list goes on to transaction number 12. The committee requested a comparison with other bank accounts on this pay-as-you-go model. And we have included this slide that indicates the major banks: Discovery Bank, Capitec Bank, NSFAS, direct payment, and also SASSA. You will note, Chairperson, that the fees charged by different banks vary on a line item of transaction. Some are higher than NSFAS on some line items, some are below NSFAS on some line items. But what was also emphasized was a comparison with the method followed by SASSA through the post office bank. And the research on this one confirmed that the cost of the SASSA account is 77 Rand 90. It is also a bundle that contains a number of benefits or transactions to the beneficiaries. And this is subsidized by SASSA to the beneficiaries. In addition to that, Chair, partners and NSFAS identified a need to embark on a program to educate beneficiaries on how to effectively and efficiently utilize their bank account to eliminate exposure to fraud and unnecessary bank charges. The partners had identified that there were some transactions which could be performed free of charge on the app, but the student in some cases went to the ATM, for example, to go and obtain a bank balance or a bank statement, which can be obtained on the app of the partners free of charge. NSFAS is still in consultation on measures to decrease these fees, and we are in consultation with the direct payment partners on the banking fees. Chairperson, we had made a disbursement as was expected, which was for the month ending 30 September 2023. This disbursement was paid to the students on Friday, the 29th of September. And this was because the 30th of September was a Saturday. We had issued an onboarding list of 460,000 students, 434. This onboarding list was higher than the previous onboarding list for the payment of the 30th of August, which happened on the 2nd of September. 397,618 students had a KYC, which is 86% of the onboarding list, and 14 KYC. The update on the appeals in our consultation with the committee on the 6th of September, we had indicated that we are targeting 2 dates for day 0. And the first date was that of awaiting documentation from the students on the appeals. As at end of September, there were about 20,000 appeals transactions that were awaiting documentation. It must be noted that this included the new applications of the TVET third trimester, which were allowed as this were new applications, and an opportunity to appeal must be provided. Majority of the appeals had been finalized, around 60,000. Around 45,000 were closed, and we had indicated the different categories, but the main category that is the awaiting documentation is the one of concern, and the day 0 of 30 September, which we are currently assessing and finalizing so that we can close on those outstanding documentation. Appeal challenges, Chairperson, there were about 16,000 transactions, appeal transactions that were waiting academic eligibility. We had indicated previously that we communicated to the institutions to submit this academic results of the students, and the day 0 for this one is targeted to be 30 October 2023. On the side of the improvement of the ICT system, Chairperson, currently NSFAS confirms the application identity through a 3-point verification process by checking a provided ID number, a name, surname, and confirming parental or spousal relationships with the Department of Home Affairs. This process has a limitation of which only allows NSFAS only 2,500 real-time requests per hour. Any confirmations beyond this has to be done manually. And Chair, given the number of applications that we receive and we have to process, 12,000 an hour is a real limitation that results in the late responses to the applications. We have then identified system enhancements which will enable biometric authentication, parental and spousal relationship confirmation and validation of income, and which will include income and informal employment and informal employment. This process, Chairperson, will allow NSFAS to process more confirmations than previously, with a limitation of 2,500. We have also identified system enhancements with the upcoming releases, which will involve using third-party data such as the Department of Basic Education to assess potential NSFAS beneficiaries before the application cycle. And lastly, enhancements in an internal system to ensure a single source of truth, which will enable NSFAS contact center to efficiently respond to student queries. On the student accommodation, Chair, the update on the student accommodation accreditation, the total number of beds that have been applied for through the NSFAS accommodation portal is 247,835. The total number of beds that have been paid to date amounts to 69,590. And the total number of accredited beds amounts to 25,803. The accreditation of the beds have been slow because initially it was a manual process, a manual system. NSFAS stopped the manual process and had to ingest the accreditation reports that were already done manually into the system whilst developing an accreditation tool on the system. This has been developed. The tool will allow the accreditors to accredit accommodation online and live, and accreditors are being allocated work for them to start with the accreditation from the 9th of October 2023. Chairperson, this is the presentation. It covers some of the questions that were put forward by the members. But as had been indicated by the board chair of NSFAS, we will also be covering some of the questions in this session. And in addition to that, Chairperson, due to the detailed nature of the questions, we request to submit them in writing. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I would like to start off by taking the committee into our confidence on some developments at NSFAS, which developments are aligned to the concerns raised by the committee in the last meeting that we had with the committee. So I'll provide some context in that regard. The first area I would like to talk to the committee about is our intervention efforts to turn the situation around. I also would like to share with the committee some human capital related developments in the entity. Now, on our intervention strategy, Honorable Chair, you'll realize this is the word we're using as opposed to a turnaround strategy. We are reacting to the challenges that have been identified, which challenges includes our ICT weaknesses, our human capital capacity, our weaknesses on managing stakeholders, our weaknesses on efficient product delivery systems, and the need for leadership improvement in the organization. We took note of the various concerns that were raised. We took note of the concerns from the press, the minister's directives, inputs from the portfolio committee, our own observations as the board, and AG findings. Now, on the minister's observations, on the minister's directives, we received 3 sets of directives from the minister in the past 45 working days or so. The first set of directives emanated from the meeting that we had with the minister in Zimbabwe to discuss concerns about direct payment. A second set of directives came from the minister shortly after the portfolio committee meeting, and we received a further set of directives from the minister quite recently. And I just want to sum that up because, Honorable Chair, it provides context to the steps that we are taking, steps that are in progress, overseen by the board to render this entity a much more efficient and effective organization to address students' needs. Hearing the directives from the minister, the recent ones, and implementation of our ICT system such that we leverage modern technologies and capabilities in order to deliver the NSFAS mandate seamlessly. A review of all our processes, operations, and our allowances and disbursement model. A review of our overall governance and management design to ensure the full execution of our mandate. An implementation of a new performance management and accountability framework in a bid to establish a high performance culture within the organization. An improvement of our stakeholder, media, and communications relations. An implementation of a 24-hour call center. And the initiation of criminal and legal action against all students and all other people who have been defrauding the NSFAS system. Now, the board took a number of steps in its bid to conceptualize its intervention strategy. It, of course, started with consultation with the CEO, which by extension is consultation with management. It went to the board deliberating on this on its own to a situation where the board decided to initiate a board lehutla, a bosberat, with key stakeholders to put them under one roof and discuss how best do we deal with the situation facing us. Now, this lehutla has happened already from the 2nd to the 4th, and the following stakeholders were invited, and the following stakeholders did make their inputs. We invited the leadership of the students, who were represented by SAUS. We invited universities, who were represented by their CEO of USAF. We invited SACPO, who got the chair of SACPO as the representative, Safetsa. as well. And we went a step further and invited the unions to come and make a presentation and to deliberate with us on how best to deal with the situation. Out of that, Honorable Chair, the board met on its own after a very vibrant engagement with all these stakeholders and came up with its own resolutions that took into account all these inputs, that took into account the inputs that we got from the portfolio committee, the inputs and the directives that we got from the minister. I would like to quickly go through that because they also provide a context to our responses and how we respond to the questions raised by the portfolio committee. Now, the board came up with a set of resolutions, 8 of them, and they are as follows. The first one is on ICT. The board agreed that management must focus on ICT challenges to ensure better responsiveness to students' needs in a manner that will fast-track the verification and screening process. This includes enhancing cybersecurity to prevent students from being defrauded and creating an enabling environment for contact center staff to address queries. Further 2 steps already taken, which include the approval of the new ICT strategy, whose implementation in some areas has commenced. Some critical aspects have been identified and prioritized. These areas include ICT security, data cleaning, and AI, over and above the objective of ensuring that our IT system should be more responsive. These priorities will ensure a 24-hour availability to address student queries. And furthermore, the board directs management to reprioritize their budget in favor of implementing remedial actions on IT challenges that have already been identified. And that the CEO and the board chair approach the shareholder to seek further resources for the above purpose. Which steps are already being taken? On communication, the board resolved that the communications department should be immediately capacitated and be mandated to develop a stakeholder and an engagement plan. The communications department should be structured in such a manner that it responds to the challenges of communications faced by the entity. Now, the third one, on strengthening of the CEO's office. The board reaffirmed that the Office of the Chief Executive Officer carries immense responsibilities, which include not only the day-to-day management and accounting functions, but responsiveness to key stakeholders, such as universities and TVET colleges. Having noted some concerns raised on the need for better responsiveness, the board directs the acting CEO to make a proposal on how to strengthen this office, and we should have this report by 2 weeks. Now, on direct payments, Honorable Chair, I do note that the direct payment partners are here, but we received a number of complaints related to direct payments, complaints that are ongoing. And some of the presentations that we got at the Lekgotla were very particular, very detailed, and very specific. And for that reason, the board felt there was a need to look at those particular elements of the complaints, which complaints may not have been covered in some of our other investigations, and develop a prompt response to that. And delegations were made by the board to ensure that we have got a report on those very particular and specific complaints that were raised there. Now, on the accommodation project, the board noted the need to improve on the implementation of our accommodation policy, and the board confirmed that whilst the board and its subcommittees should provide direction and review the status of the project, actual implementation lies with management. The board therefore directed the CEO to establish a unit with the appropriate expertise and resources to focus on all the challenges that have got to do with the implementation of accommodation. These challenges include accreditation. These challenges include how we deal with the current accommodation providers, universities included. The board instructed the CEO to report in the coming 2 weeks. I am happy, Honorable Chair, to report that a good chunk of what was expected of the CEO and management has been done. Just early this morning, Board Exco got a report from the CEO about the structure of the unit, and a report further that there'll be visitations by our accommodation subcommittee to some areas, which include Ekurhuleni, which include the Val, and which include Tshwane, on top of many other areas that were visited. The board took a resolution on the N+ rules and other guidelines. Now, the board directed management to present guidelines in general in the next 2 weeks for the input and for consideration by the shareholder, and to make further proposals on refining the N+ rules in particular. I want to emphasize the word proposals. The final decision will rest with the shareholder. Now, on AG findings and other strategic matters, the two Honorable Chair talked to our further strategic interventions. The board has resolved that AG findings should be addressed as a matter of agency and in a different way. It cannot be business as usual. It can be conventional. And the way to do this will be to seek the assistance of a reputable firm that should be housed at NSFAS Finance Department and assist us to deal with this matter. Now, our preference, Honorable Chair, and I am speaking within the caution of the law, will be that we at least engage either one of the top 5 auditing firms, or at least within the scale of the top 10 auditing firms in this country to deal with these matters as a matter of agency. Furthermore, external expertise should be employed to effect change management and strategic interventions on an agent basis. And these measures will include developing an organizational design. This has got human capital implications. Now, on those who are defrauding the scheme, the board agreed with the minister that we cannot be spectators when there are people who are defrauding the schemes, whether they are students or whether they are non-students. And against that background, the board reaffirmed its resolve to work with law enforcement agencies, such as the SIU, against those who fraudulently received funding or benefits which are meant for students from poor and working class backgrounds. Information in this regard will continue to be shared with the appropriate law enforcement agencies. If I were to report, Honorable Chair, on our continued engagement with the SIU, we're hoping to have a meeting with the SIU in the coming few days to discuss progress on their investigations. You will remember, Honorable Chair, that the time frame for the SIU investigation was 18 months. It's about 13 months now into the investigation. So we need to sit down, talk to them on a range of issues. One of the issues that we're going to discuss with the SIU will be what we will have read in the press about 38 million rands being recovered from a college in the Free State. It's a matter that we would like to sit down and discuss with the SIU within the context of our own terms of engagement. Our relationship with them remains cordial, collaborative, and we are confident that they'll be able to assist in resolving the problems. In conclusion, the board undertook to strengthen the management and leadership at NSFAS, which will include strengthening the CEO's office, the ICT department, and the HR department. In the case of the latter, the department will be positioned to be a catalyst for staff welfare, development, and cohesion, such that internal skills can be stimulated. Now, Honorable Chair, there are some developments related to human capital, which are as follows. And I believe this is in line with the concerns raised by the committee about the need to stimulate capacity in the organization. Early next week, we will be in a position to make an announcement on the new core business executive, the CEO of the organization. All other processes are done. We should be able to do that. We also believe we'll also be in a position to announce the new head of communications in the entity, which is a very critical position given the need to communicate better with stakeholders. We are also at an advanced stage to appoint the head of planning and strategy for the organization. We hope to be in a position to take both the committee, the shareholder, and the public into our confidence about that. Now, over and above this, there have been some actions related to consequence management in the organization. And that forms part of the questions that we received. Now, I'll start with the head of ICT. Now, the reason why we had to take action against the head of ICT had to do with the inefficiencies of the system and matters related to implementing the ICT strategy. We now, however, have an acting head of ICT. Just an hour ago, we had another case of consequence management where we have separated with our manager HR, which came after some action was taken related to consequence management. We just thought we should take the committee into our confidence about that. Now, I'll respond to a number of questions. Those that we may not be able to respond to, I will ask for the indulgence of the committee, and I'll indicate the reasons why. We we depended on you and your direction, Honorable Chair. Let me start off with questions related to the outer report, and then I'll go to Werkmans and the Auditor General and the other ones. Now, all those areas that the committee raised on the outer report, which areas relate to whether the service providers are registered financial service providers, or whether there exists a historical business and tender relationship between the CEO of NSFAS and the director of Coinvest, and whether all these companies who were awarded these tenders met all the requirements as stated in the bid advertisement, and whether NSFAS also confirm whether the appointed service providers have experience in the financial sector and have the capacity to deliver on the mandate, and whether these companies applied only when the requirements of the tender were lowered, and all four did not apply at first when the tender was advertised. Honorable Chair, all these questions are going to be responded to and answered by the investigation headed by Werkmans, with the two lead investigators being Attorney Sandile July and Advocate Ngugaitobe. And maybe at this point, Honorable Chair, having taken note of the fact that there is a question that was subsequently asked that relates to this. And the question was, when do we expect this investigation project to be completed? We had hoped this is a project that should be completed in no more than 60 working days. We are hoping, Honorable Chair, and this hope is based on the conversations that we are having with the investigators, that we will have a report ready in the coming 10 working days, at the very latest. Now, this report will address all these issues. And for this reason, with your permission, Honorable Chair, I want to respectfully request that we leave it at that. Now, on Werkmans, I believe I have responded to the time frame for the finalization of this report. The report is ongoing, Honorable Chair. The invoice we do not have, but we estimate that because of the intensity and the amount of work that will be involved in doing this report, and the need for this report to be credible, we may be talking about an amount of about 2 million rands. That's the last time when I spoke to them. Now, on the annual performance plan, The questions there were that the AGSA has identified that the performance indicators of the entity were not measurable. What has been done to correct the finding and other related matters pertaining to that? Honorable Chair, I would like to start off by clarifying that it's not true that the Auditor General of South Africa, and I believe the Auditor General of South Africa is in our midst this afternoon, has come to a conclusion that the performance indicators of the entity are not measurable. There are challenges that we're dealing with related to the findings of the Auditor General, challenges that we as the board consider very serious, and that explains why part of our intervention strategy has got to do with the Auditor General findings. As a matter of fact, Honorable Chair, I was joined yesterday by the chair of the ARC to meet with the Auditor General, because we take the Auditor General as a very important partner in resolving our problems. The Auditor General has been very helpful and very constructive and very collaborative in dealing with the challenges that we have here, and we really value their role, and our relationship is in that context. The planning unit, I have already indicated that we will soon make an announcement on the head of the planning unit. It's true that for some time we did not have the head of a planning unit, but once again, this falls within the ambit of the need to build better capacity in the entity, which is covered by a resolution which was so emphatically taken by the board. Now, the further questions on student accommodation, I've partially responded to that, to say we're capacitating our student accommodation unit such that it's much more responsive to the needs, and we deal with problems that we are facing. There's a question that was raised on collusion.
Chair, if you can kindly move towards closure, please.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Thank you.
We have contacted the Office of the Competition Commissioner. We have made a special request that the seriousness of this matter is such that we would like to make a presentation to the office. It's a matter that will pursue. There are many other stakeholders who would like to join us in pursuing this matter. Let me move towards a closure. I was going to take some more time, but let me move straight to closure, and I believe the closure will sum up our posture. The board, Honorable Chair, has taken some unprecedented measures and steps to ensure that we support management in rendering this institution an effective and efficient delivery of services to students. To this end, among many other measures that we're taking, the EXCO of the board, with the full support of the board, meets once a week to make an oversight and to monitor progress on the key areas that are identified in a dashboard style, which areas reflect the directives from the minister, our observations, and those of the Auditor General of South Africa. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much to the acting CEO. I'd like to implore yourself to kindly send us the responses you were able to cover now in writing. There's a lot that you said that, you know, it really would assist us if we can have it before us, because it's really important information, as opposed to us trying to scribe everything as you're speaking. So if you could kindly send us those responses in writing, we'd truly appreciate that. I would then want to move towards the service providers. And colleagues, really, there are matters that we know are being dealt with in terms of the investigation that NSFAS is currently on how they were appointed, the capacity for them to do the work that they're meant to do, and so forth. And so I'd like us to be cautious of, legally contradicting the work that we are trying to do, but really deal with what is of urgence, and that is to know why, if students have received their allowances, why students have not received their allowances, and why students are receiving allowances that are incorrect. There's a slide where NSFAS shares some of the findings from the groundwork they've been doing. And there are issues around, slow distribution of bank cards, cyber attacks, and non-responsiveness in terms of query handling. And I guess there's a responsibility that lies within NSFAS there, but there's also a responsibility that would be with the service provider, because you would be able to account on why there's a particular delay, and then surely that information should be communicated to NSFAS to communicate to the student. But you'll clarify us, both NSFAS and the service providers, on those particular matters. But what is of utmost importance right now is for us to ensure that students receive their allowances, because it literally has a direct impact on their livelihoods and on their success as they embark on this experience of teaching and learning. So I will first request that colleagues from Tenet Technology, Mr. Passmore, also indicate your responsibilities and who you are, and who you are with. And please make sure, colleagues, that before you continue with or as you make your presentations, you open your camera so that we can see who's speaking, and you can switch it off after that, considering that we are all experiencing, load shedding challenges that also have an impact on network. So I'll first request for Tenet to make their presentation. If you could kindly, I think you've been given about 15 minutes to make your presentation. Thanks.
Good evening, Honourable Chair. Good evening, everybody. Firstly, thank you for everybody's time and the platform here tonight to speak. I'm here joined by Mr. Mthethwa. Not sure if the camera, there we go, it's visible at the moment. Myself, I am the project executive at Tenet Technology. If I may just hand it over to Mr. Mthethwa as well.
Hi, Honourable Chair. I'm Bongosi Mthethwa, one of the Tenet Tech executives. Thank you.
All right. If I may just close the camera and share our presentation. Thank you. Right. I hope that the screen is visible to all those within this session. We are speaking to the NSFAS Direct Payments Program. As introduced, we are Tenet Technology, and if I could run through a basic overview on what we will be covering. I do note some of the questions, Honourable Chair, just before we introduced ourselves. Perhaps you can allow me the opportunity to also explain a few processes as well. All right, I'll touch on the background and our profile, as well as the NSFAS contract itself, the disbursement of allowances to NSFAS beneficiaries, the students, the fees journey. I know that has been covered by NSFAS itself, project challenges, and what we've all sort of here for as well, finding a solution and the complexity surrounding this program.
There's
Background and
something that makes your volume go up or down. So please check where you are positioned vis-a-vis where the microphone of your device is.
No, absolutely. I hope it's more clearer now with me speaking through.
Sure.
So in terms of Tenet Technology, our background and profile, Tenet Technology and its affiliates have had business centered around payment services and banking services, providing comprehensive consultation and support services to our clients, both in the public and the private sector, since 2013. All right. Tenet Technology provides banking services and solutions to a vast variety of clients within our country of South Africa. If I could speak to our licensing, Tenet Technology is a licensed financial service provider, and Tenet Technology holds a PASA license. That's the Payments Association of South Africa. Along with we, Tenet Technology, have a sponsored banking license, and that falls under a commercial bank license, as well as Tenet Technology has an affiliate banking license. All right. So that speaks to our background and profile, and hopefully that touches on capacity as well to perform. In terms of performance, let's speak in regards to the NSFAS contract, in regard to the direct payments program. The direct payments program is a 5-year contract that has been awarded to Tenet Technology that commenced on the 12th of July, 2022. And this deals with the provision of direct payment of allowances to NSFAS beneficiaries. It enables students to transact in a financially inclusive environment with immediate accessibility to all retailers nationally and internationally. And within our NSFAS contract, we've been awarded the allocation of 13 TVET colleges, as well as 6 universities. And they form part of the 19 institutions that are allocated to Tenet Technology. In regards to the disbursement of allowances to NSFAS beneficiaries, to our students within the country, really successful thus far. 1.4 billion rand has been disbursed by Tenet Technology through to the NSFAS beneficiaries. In terms of MasterCard and the physical bank cards that have been distributed, just under 58,000 physical cards have been distributed, allowing for complete financial inclusion. 181,000 students have been collectively onboarded onto the Tenet Technology banking platform, and just under 145,000 of these students have had allowances disbursed through to them. In terms of when we speak about KYC, it's the Know Your Customer, it's the fee clearing process. 91% have students have authenticated themselves, in other words, KYC'd, and are transacting on our platform. And I will touch or circle back to your question, Honourable Chair, shortly. Students must authenticate themselves and this really speaks to that know your customer process. When you spoke about a certain process in regards to onboarding and the payments and distribution of allowances, the allowances are dispersed into a locked bank account, and only once a student verifies that they are who they say they are with this KYC process, it is our duty and we have a responsibility to the account holder. Only once that process is successful and we have verified that they are who they say they are, will we unlock the banking account. So in terms of the distribution process, all allowances are distributed. It is up to the student, as well as us on physical onboarding and virtual onboarding, to then allow the student to unlock that banking account. All right. I hope I've made myself clear in one of the questions that you posed. Thank you. Just to give a brief snapshot on the paid registered users across our platform at Tenet Technology, we spoke about the number of students that have been onboarded. That's the 181,000 figure there. Through NSFAS, Honourable Chair, I think this presentation has been shared just in case anything is not readable over this presentation. The number of students that have been subsequently paid and dispersed, just under 145,000, 144,396 students to be precise. All right. In terms of students that haven't been paid but have been onboarded, 36,658. All right, and when we deal with a certain number of students that have KYC'd, we're talking about 156,949, and that is of the 181,000. All right, and 54. All right, if we go onto a dashboard, we've got our 19 institutions that are present here. And we can verify the success rates of the KYC process and the unlocking of the students' banking accounts. In terms of the fees journey, I won't, in the interest of time, Chair, as well. I know this has been touched upon, and we have gone through at the commencement of the tender. We had introduced the 89 Rand fees bundle, and that included over the 30 free transactions. Subsequently, in late 2022, there was the 29 Rand fees bundle with the 12 free transactions. I know that this is repeating a former slide by the NSFAS acting CEO, but I do just want to reiterate my comments around this is really about the fees journey element, as well as the potential value that is created to one's account, and also the consultation and transparency of this process. All stakeholders were consulted, and it was agreed upon that a 12 Rand pay-as-you-transact fee model was the best model in June 2023 of this year. That was prior to the disbursement of allowances through to the university sector. Right, in terms of challenges and the contract scope, the direct payments program was scoped out as what we refer to as a closed loop solution. We are advised that this tender is available online, and you're able to see that clause there. A closed loop solution operates similar to transport or club card, whereby an operator allows for students to transact within an environment that hosts a wide variety of service providers, including supermarkets, food chains, bookstores, transport providers and any other providers designated by NSFAS. This was scoped out, and the challenge really exists with fees in this sense. And as we can see the challenges that have been posed through various media articles, and I won't go into those details as I'll stick to this, is that a closed loop program really allows for easier management of fees. It allows an operator, service providers, and the clients to exist in one ecosystem. Easier to not to repeat myself, but easier to negotiate fees and reduce the cost of transacting. My next point really speaks to how an open loop involves bank and transactional costs that are non-negotiable. There are fixed costs involved with transacting EFTs, immediate EFTs. There are fixed costs associated with such transactions, and how the contract shifted in that regard. A card sponsor is welcome. Was welcomed, and most certainly is at this point in time as we speak to financial inclusion, and it was welcome to the direct payments program because of the quick and seamless integration nationally as well as internationally with all merchants and service providers that could come on board with immediate effect. An open loop system does allow for full financial inclusion for students, as I've mentioned. In terms of further challenges, certain ones that we at Tenet Technology have and would like to point out and illustrate is the timeous onboarding and submission of payment files. We do sympathize and echo the sentiments around ICT troubles. And I won't go into those details, but in terms of our challenges, the contract is scoped around 48-hour turnaround time for Tenet Technology to disburse allowances. Unfortunately, we are not given this opportunity, and if I may just deviate here from our points. Sorry, Honourable Chair.
Please, can we please make sure we muted ourselves?
Thank you. In terms of this remark, it really does now stem to exacerbated issue in relation to the fees and the behaviour around transacting. Without this turnaround time available, the students would behave in a certain manner, immediate EFTs and the additional cost of transacting in that manner. An immediate EFT, as illustrated in previous slides, was at R3.50 as opposed to immediate EFT, where we really are exposed to that cost that is outside our control. So it really does stem to challenges right down the line as a result of not achieving or not allowing for us to have a 48-hour turnaround time to process payment files. All right. I hope I've captured those challenges there in that regard. I spoke briefly as to certain ICT issues in that regard. Delayed NSFAS beneficiary funding approval places a strain on Tenet Tech's support center and operational teams. We do have a 24-hour support center, WhatsApp channel as well, and various social platforms that are available to the students for them to reach out through to us for assistance. All right. The media and political interference, if I may just briefly touch onto this, as it was raised in a previous point, as to the slowness of disbursement of physical cards and physical presence on campuses, as we might have read that there was a lot of disturbances on campuses at various institutions that placed an immediate threat onto our support staff that needed for us to evacuate certain teams in the interest of human safety. All right. interference really just unfortunately impeded on the students' rights to allow for Tenet Technology to offer their support in registering their bank account and to receive their NSFAS bank card. All right. Media interference as well, and I won't speak onto that as it's not an emotional response. And incorrect information sharing discredits Tenet Technology as a service provider and created confusion really for the entire NSFAS direct payments program, as well as confusion for the NSFAS beneficiary itself. All right. If I could just speak to the solutions, because that is really what we're wishing to achieve out of this session, Honourable Chair. Transactional fees, £29 fee bundle with several free transactions included is still on the table. We're committed to finding the best fee model. We're not saying that the current one is here to stay, or whatever the case perhaps may be, but we're certainly committed to finding the best fee model for the students. And we believe that the previous bundle of 29 Rand was incorrect. It was correctly implemented as we notice how the students behave and the various transactions that they're making. All right. Value-added services and cashback rewards, we've gone live with those. That is a huge plus in the sense that it's creating value to the NSFAS bank accounts. Monetary cashback rewards given to all students transacting with selected service providers. Value-added service products in the telecommunications, healthcare, and retail sectors have all been implemented. Excuse me. And solutions around RCT issues, collaborative efforts, and a working solution on all for all stakeholders involved in regards to institutions, the payment service provider being Tenet Tech and the other three service providers, as well as NSFAS, and fundamentally the student. All right, and then that really speaks to an entire solution around the loan management system, and that is our humble solution and proposal put forward. If I may, I'd like to stop sharing and hand it back to you, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues from Tenet Technology. We're now gonna call the next entity, the next company, which is eZaga, followed by Noracco, followed by Coinvest. eZaga. Colleagues from eZaga, are you trying to project? Are you here?
Sorry, I was on mute. Apologies, Chair. Good evening, everybody. My name is Saud Ali, representative Group CEO for eZaga. I'll present my screen now. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Not yet.
Okay.
And then I don't know if I think you'll have to switch off your camera because your bandwidth is yellow. So I don't think your network or your bars here for the network are yellow or amber. So I don't think you have very strong network at the moment.
Thanks, Chair. Let me just switch off my video. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, and members of Honourable Chairs and Deputy Minister, and most importantly, the committee for giving us this opportunity to represent what eZaga has as a representation for the NSFAS disbursement program. I would like to start off with the fact that what is eZaga all about and where do we fit into the program and how do we offer these type of solutions to various enablements such as NSFAS. eZaga is a distributor of an alliance partner of Access Bank and various other banking institutions in South Africa. We are a fintech. We do offer co-branded MasterCard applications as well as store value on behalf of various institutions in South Africa. Primarily focusing at the environment of the emerging market and the lower income market as well. So the reason why we play in this place is because we provide a framework specifically for line items like NSFAS disbursement program, offering them a financial services platform where it's basically tailor made to rule sets applicable to a specific environment that they require. So just a quick example or synopsis is, for example, switching off a specific card transaction that is not relating to a specific environment. So in this example, for example, enabling or disabling a card transaction at a liquor store, as an example for a student. That's the reason why a fintech would be enabled to offer this type of solution to a program as something like this. Just from a compliance and framework perspective, I know Outer came out and said that we are not compliant. We are. We have an alliance relationship. We also have an FSP. We are very adamant when it comes to our compliance environment. eZaga is not necessarily only applicable to one specific bank. We have various banks that we are TPP, and we're also an SOs, exactly the same like Tenet, which is a system operator. And we offer that type of solutions underneath our belt. I think the most important thing from the bank, NSFAS banking bank account perspective, it's about offering KYC and onboarding that specific beneficiary. But most importantly is issuing a physical card that's co-branded NSFAS and offering the solution to the actual student around the bank account itself. I just wanted to go through the background and institutions that was allocated to us. From a university perspective, we've been given roughly about 6 universities. They all split up campuses. I'm not going to go through because of time relating to each one of them. But per se, we have been allocated 6 universities, and under the FET environment, we've been allocated 4 environments, and each FET obviously is split up amongst different campuses as well. So I'm going to go through to the next section. On the KYC process, virtual registration, we always walked in with the capability of offering the students to do virtual registration as well as physical campus registration process. We're very preemptive around the fact that allowing the students to KYC very easily on their self in order for the program to work much quicker on our side. So we work very closely with the downstream campuses and universities to offer this type of registration process as seamless as possible. So what we normally do is we send out student notifications. We've got a virtual KYC platform underneath our tablets or a smartphone, offering the student the capability to KYC themselves very easily. On the beneficiary data that's been provided by NSFAS, once we receive that specific file from NSFAS, we do a KYC validation, which normally goes to Home Affairs, and we preemptively do a pre-validation around PEP, which is politically exposed. And most importantly, we actually validate that the student has not done fraud previously. And all of this goes through a regulative exercise on our side. But once it reaches the student, they have to fill out a form and onboard themselves via the methods that I spoke about earlier on. This process, I must be honest with you, it's quite seamless in a sense that it allows a student just to enter their ID number and they fill out a form specifically relating to their KYC. So they take a selfie around themselves, and most importantly, fill in their details around their home address and identification. The reason why I wanted to bring that up was just to go through the next process on the KYC update status reports and what's the reasons for, the low KYC statistics on the ground per se. So if you look at the KYC statistics on the university level, you'll see that we reached already 98% value, right? Out of the total cap of 115,466 students. The reality on the 2,183 pending KYC is, and you'll see in my next slides, but I'm going to allude to it now, is because the actual cell phone number presented to us via the ID number is not tying up. So to find that actual student where they reside at, we've gone to the universities, we've gone to the servicing agents, and we've asked them for help around finding these students. And it's very difficult for us to actually relocate and validate where these students are at. So that's the issue that we are having as we speak right now. When it comes to the card allocations, majority of these students are KYC'd. That means they have been funded. That means their funds has been utilized already in their bank accounts. They just did not want to fetch a card. We have servicing agents on the ground literally every single day at the universities or at the specific campuses of the universities available to issue those cards. However, the students are not coming forward to actually facilitate a card. So what they've done is they've adapted to the program of either transferring the funds out of the account, the NSFAS account, or alternatively, they have revised and utilized only the card, which is the e-withdrawal process at the ATM, without the card, basically. We call it actually a cardless transaction. On the TVET colleges, the most important thing around the TVET colleges is we realized that they preemptively very quick on KYC, also a very minimal number of KYC outstanding. So we're sitting at 92% complete. The 8% also is a value that we are trying to find out where the actual student is residing at, or alternatively, we don't have a cell phone number or some sort of communication method to communicate and find the student. In the TVET colleges, we see the quantity of cards allocated is much lower. And the reason for that is the adaptation on the ground is that they are utilizing other methods also. Like, for example, transferring the funds out of the account into their actual other bank accounts. Alternatively, they're utilizing the e-withdrawal process. The students, we are trying to change that behavior to utilize the card, because obviously, like Tenet mentioned earlier on, it is a cheaper and a better methodology to utilize the account. When the guys do EFT or transfer the funds immediately out, it is more costly for them. Hence, their fee structure is very high on the bank account itself. Just from a fraud prevention perspective, I just wanted to mention on the communication around fraud. Fraud has been a very bad line item around the program itself. We have been notifying a lot of students around not sharing their cell phones with each other. We've got cases where specific individuals' friends actually steal another individual's account and they get access to it and they utilize the student's account as an example. So what we've been doing is we've been providing a lot of notification to the actual students around how to prevent the fraud and alleviate that problem per se. So the cybersecurity and validation processes that's been applied from a Banking Act perspective, as well as the banking principles, has been applied on the account. However, notifications are being sent to the actual student to prevent the fraud, especially on the OTPs. Do not share your OTP with your friend or so, or fraudster. Just on the card allocation drive perspective, we do have agents on the ground, physical agents to be attending to these students and availing them to actual security questions, alternatively any support questions. Over and above that, the actual agent is assisting them with those type of queries directly. The agents have direct relations to our head office, where we have a call center. The call center is very well adversed around providing services directly to the agent, and the agent communicates directly back to the actual student almost immediately. So from our enablement, I think the partner required from NSFAS is just on the new students. We need the physical numbers from NSFAS. I think that's crucial for us to onboard. And then also from a NSFAS perspective, I know they mentioned earlier on about the call center enablement of being 24/7. That will really alleviate a lot of problems on the ground. We get a lot of NSFAS queries coming to us relating to why haven't they been paid, or what are the issues relating to the actual NSFAS discussion points, where it's not relating to a bank account, or it's not relating to the payments on the bank account, it's relating to the actual NSFAS issues on hand. The querying handling, we have a support line structure. We have a couple of support line incomings. We've got a WhatsApp support line, we've got email, and we've got a call center number. We see obviously that the WhatsApp call center is primarily being utilized by the students. We also been seeing a lot of Facebook DMs, which is direct messaging directly to us as well. This is just some pictures of how the agent's activity on the ground. Students are engaged directly. We find that that is the correct and the right procedure to engage with the students and get their feedback on the ground. As Tenet Tech mentioned earlier on, we also found the exact same process when we went live with the disbursement program. There was massive reluctance on the ground, so unfortunately that delayed the program from us being on the physical ground and getting the program officially progressing throughout the program. And unfortunately, that actually delayed more of student issues on the ground as opposed to the escalations that we were receiving. Now that things have subsided, I think the program has become to an understanding. The students are starting to understand what the program is all about, and specifically what eZaga can offer them and provide those solutions. All right, I spoke about the onboarding file already. Just on the transactional fees, I just want to elaborate. I think I have the same sentiment as NSFAS and Tenet. There is definitely a sort of awareness program that needs to happen with the actual students, how to use the bank account. I mean, 12 Rand with a transaction fee linked to a specific transaction. We just need to notify students how to use the bank account. We've got behaviors of students logging onto the account and literally checking their statement every 5 minutes. Or they literally log on or they go to an ATM and they want to check their balance inquiry. These are banking transactions. Unfortunately, it goes through a banking platform such as BankServe and so forth. There is fees relating to that, and the student gets charged for that. So it makes no sense to actually facilitate those type of transactions. So we just need to make the students aware how to actually utilize the accounts. We're also offering throughout the program with the other partners value-added services. We would like to engross that into the program to allow more enablement to the actual bank accounts, such as these type of programs, Netflix and so forth. Ticket Pro for students to actually move across quite easily. ShopRite, so that they can get to discount structures around ShopRite when they purchase goods or line items and so forth. And I just want to finish off that we are working very closely with the universities and the campuses, TVETs as well, around training and development. We have a specific team allocated to do roadshows, and we are physically going out campus by campus and providing a training and development program around the actual program. So we want to make them aware of what the program is all about, the disbursement program, and most importantly, around how can they save on the actual account itself and bank in a better methodology. Thank you, Chair. That's it from my side.
Thank you very much to colleagues from eZaga. We will now get a presentation from colleagues at Noracco.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Thank you to the Ministry, thank you to NSFAS, thank you to all the other honourable members and partners for the opportunity to present and share our contribution to the Direct Payments Initiative. I'll switch off my camera now and then go into the presentation. So can everybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet, just give me a sec. Honourable Chair, is the screen visible?
We can see it now, thank you.
Great. So in interest of time, please, you're more than welcome to interrupt me, get me to speed up. I'm going to try and summarize and go through it as fast as possible. Some of the items we thought would be applicable to share. It's our profile and the NSFAS project profile, KYC, pricing, value-added services, fraud or suspected fraud, and our support to the students. So a little bit about us. The founding members have all had senior executive positions like CRO at banks, coup positions at retail banking, and other national switches in the country. So we've got a strong executive team that are founders of the company. A little bit about the company. It was founded in 2018. Some of our solutions is biometric payment acquiring for large infrastructures. There we do probably about over 500 million a month that goes through the biometric acquiring platforms. We have a lot of cloud infrastructure services that we provide banks around Africa. We've also got mobile money platforms, which are USSD and WhatsApp sort of payment gateways. We do interbank transfers for a couple of banks in Central Africa. We do cards, as you know, POS acquiring. And we've got associations, card associations with Visa and MasterCard. We do contactless mobile payments. We do interoperable payments with mobile operators, e-commerce gateways. We're going into cross-border remittance soon, looking at blockchain crypto, and then going into sort of single payment hubs, which are applicable to the likes of BRICS platforms and so on. So we are based in South Africa and in other countries in Africa, providing payment and other financial services solutions. Just a little bit about us. We're in Nigeria, Cameroon, Democratic Republic of Congo. So we have also licenses that we operate, interbank transfers in Democratic Republic of Congo. We've got licenses in Mozambique. So we do electronic KYC, which has been introduced into the country, and we also get involved with the government payments, card systems in Botswana, and then in South Africa is the neo-banking, which we fall under the NSFAS side, and also biometric payments for the public sector. On the NSFAS side, we've got 13 TVET colleges. Currently, our allocation is 28,956. Out of that, 22,823 have been valid and active KYC accounts. 7 universities, which total 102,444. Out of that, 98,104 have been KYC'd and are active. Issued cards to date is 61,204. The amount that's been transacted already, we've passed 1.3 billion rand that has gone through from NSFAS onto the student accounts and then transacted on the national payment system and through internal payment programs. We provide this service through a PASA license, affiliate banking license, and this allows us to KYC our customers, open FICA Lite bank accounts, issue bank cards, and process payments. And our sponsor bank in South Africa is Access Bank. Okay, so moving on to KYC, I've highlighted in the right-hand corner the block that's grey and got a yellow outline. That's pretty much our solutions as we want to focus. So we spend a lot of time and effort at the campuses on site. So here's our KYC statistics. So you're looking at the universities is around about 97%. On the TVET colleges is a little bit lower, on 88%. A lot of our colleges are deep rural, and we've got to go really on site and be face to face and on board those customers. So how do we improve this service? We prioritize institutions based on the highest no KYC statistics. So where it's low, so for example, on the screen, you would see King Hinsa TVET College, which is 75%, or Northern Cape Rural. We would then focus on those institutions. We coordinate with the institutions, and we try and communicate more to the students, either by SMS, email, social platforms. We use their radios, a lot of social media, and we coordinate where our agents are at campus so we can onboard those students. We're scheduling big priority is scheduled visits at campuses, where we then target those students that need assistance to onboard. So at this stage, a lot of the majority of these students will all self-service, where they can use our online platforms to register. Pricing. So pricing, we try and focus on how you transact. I mean, you can get all your funds out after your monthly fee for like R3.50. So that's the lowest. What we've seen is when payments are late, for example, the students would take their bank card, put in the ATM, and start trying to see their balance multiple times, which creates fees. So we're working on a lot of programs where we actually stop that. So we stop the fees from attracting, so we can then save those students' fees. And how we're doing that is through increased financial literacy. We educate and promote a lot of campaigns around how do you choose cheaper transactions. We've increased transaction limits to reduce the number of transactions, and we made the students aware that rather do a big transaction than many small transactions, because it does save you in some ways. We've looked at standardizing some of the partner pricing, and we've aligned that. And we've introduced a cashback loyalty on VAS, so where they get sort of cash back. So if they buy airtime, they get a percentage of cash back on that. So we're working with the institutions. Some of the institutions, we've created videos, we've gone on radio stations, we've put up posters, and we've tried to create a lot of awareness at campuses to promote better transacting on your NSFAS account to save on fees and charges. Okay. Value-added services, we continually increasing our offering to the students, and that's ourselves and the NSFAS partners. We do a lot of campaigns to advertise the value-added service specials. We also promote and highlight the cashback in wallet. So on the left-hand side, you can see some of the service providers that we have, and some of them we are still in the process of signing up and offering those services. So on the suspected fraud, there's a lot of focus around that. We need to really educate to the students about keeping your password safe. Do not share your one-time password, which is used to transact. Look after your card, look after your PIN on your card, keep it safe. If you think you've lost your card, or if you don't have your PIN, or somebody's found out your PIN, please cancel it, or they can go in app. So we've done a lot of awareness. So there's posters at campuses. We have pop-ups as you come into the platform to say, there's phishing, please beware, and they've got to accept that and then enter into the app, and they start transacting. Blocked accounts, they can go on any time into the app and block transactions on their accounts. They can block their cards. They can also contact our contact center, which after security checks, we can also block their cards and stop transactions on accounts. They can also reset their passwords. Okay. We have token-based passwords through Google Authenticator. That does it adds a level of complexity. So those are for more your university students, which have it. So that introduces multiple layers of authentication and increases the security on the accounts. We've also managed the transaction limits, which then, if they are exposed, that they don't lose all their allowances in one transaction. So there are limits there. On the left-hand side, there's a process flow. This is sort of, we work with NSFAS, their fraud and risk department, and we follow a process strictly as students report it, or if we get notified by NSFAS, we follow a process for all the suspected fraud cases. On our support side, we do have a toll-free number, we have a WhatsApp number, and we have email support. And so not only can the students contact us and we assist them with sort of transacting, we assist them with KYC, we assist where students don't have contact details, and that is a 24-hour service which we make available to students. We also schedule with the institutions at strategic times. So when sort of month end or when we need it, or if there's low KYC, then we go on campus and actually do face-to-face. And so it's not a remote support, it's actually face-to-face support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like us to then go to the last service provider, which is Coinvest.
Okay, sorry about that, Chair. Now I'm going to have myself and the General Manager presenting. So I'm with Mr. Ndabe Kweyama, who's going to introduce the company. He is the General Manager, and obviously I oversee the project. So he's going to start, and then after he's actually introduced the company, and then I'll take over and talk through the nitty-gritties of the project. And over to you, Mr. Ndabe.
Honorable Chairperson, greetings to you. Honorable Delegacy, as well as the partners, greetings to you as well. By way of introduction, my name is Ndabe Kweyama, and I am the General Manager looking after Coinvest money, as well as being someone who was instrumental in the kickoff and the rollout of the NSFAS direct payment program. So I would like now just to divert to the presentation. So I'll be switching off video. I don't know if everyone can see the video share. If you can confirm that, Share.
No, we see the first page of your presentation.
Okay, the first page. Okay, all right, that's perfect. Scroll. So by way of introduction, Coinvest Africa is a multidisciplinary tech firm, and our aim is fundamentally to develop technological innovations in the fintech space and transform as well as enhance the lives of our customers as well as our clients through our payment solutions as well as our digital technologies. We provide personal and business customers solutions and desktop technologies that enable them to conveniently and securely perform financial transactions using a card or mobile application. We market at the state of the art. We are PCI and DSS compliant with regard to our systems. Our enablement partner is Acacia Systems, which is a very strong and robust system that we use to conduct transactions. We are very proud to say that we have a banking partnership with Nedbank, and we are PASA accredited. Our store of values for our clients as well as accounts is with Nedbank. So irregardless of anything, our transactions are highly secured. Within the project, we offer telephonic, email, and WhatsApp support for the NSFAS program, which enables us to render the best possible service to the constituency group. So as Coinvest as well, just to elaborate further on us as a group, we have a number of brand portfolios which we market, including an OTT media streaming solution product, and very proudly so an MVNO called Coinvest Mobile, which is currently on the precipice of launching, that we're going to do a nationwide launch of that, and it operates as a mobile virtual network operator. And we also have risk and insurance solutions, which we provide and integrate into our banking and money and transactions solutions called CoinSure. So we're quite a diverse group, and we offer integrated solutions. And we're not just one-dimensional when it comes to the fintech environment and the payment environment. So I'd like at this point to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Tami Mazibuko, to speak with regard to the NSFAS project.
Thank you, Nabe. Okay, I'm going to take you through now the contract, and then I'm going to take you through the operational issues related to the NSFAS direct payment program. Obviously, the contract that we have was as a result of the tender that was put out by NSFAS. And as a business, obviously, that is hunting for business, we submitted our bid, and subsequent to internal processes of NSFAS, we were awarded the project. And the contract is for 5 years, renewable. And as we speak now, the contract is currently in its first year. The next part that I'm going to take you through now is the onboarding and card distribution stats. So what you see is that we've got about 13 TVET colleges, and that is our onboarding stats, with about 52 cards having been distributed, and 75% of the total students that were awarded what have actually KYC'd. So the total is 120,354, and we've KYC'd about 90,000 of those students. We've got about 25% that still needs to KYC. And I must mention on the outstanding number that still has to KYC is that we have to bear in mind that with TVET colleges, in most cases, those are short-term courses in nature. So some are there for 6 months and so forth. So the number that you see is a number that might not necessarily be at the college at all. But obviously, we're working hand in hand with the colleges to ensure that whoever is still present at the college gets KYC, and then it can be issued with the card. And as and when we're instructed by NSFAS to pay those students, we pay them accordingly. The next one actually talks to universities. We've got about 7 universities. What I want to highlight before I speak to this slide is that we've got campus-based students for 6 of those universities, and then we've got UNISA, which is in every corner of the country, is mostly distance learning. So if you look at those numbers and then you see that we've only KYC'd about 68%, you will see that the lowest percentage there is UNISA. Other than that, all the campus-based universities, we've actually gone up to 96% in terms of KYC. Then if I look at the card distribution, so there you will also see that with campus-based students, we've actually issued more cards there compared to UNISA. And the delay obviously was there in that case was that UNISA had some SRC elections in September, and then we started late obviously to be on the ground. But we are now on the ground with UNISA. Certainly those numbers will improve. And if you just summarize it, then just looking at the campus base, like I said, so we've actually KYC'd about 92% of those students and then issued about 56% of the cards to the KYC students. And then in terms of distance learning, which is UNISA in this case, we've KYC'd about 63%. And then obviously we've got that low percentage of 9.7% in terms of cards issued. But like I've said, the campaign only started now towards the end of September and October to intensify. So we'll be issuing more cards to the students. Then in terms of disbursements, if I just take the 2 months, October and September, and then if I include the last payment that we did, so we have actually paid over 400,000 in terms of the payouts that we've received to NSFAS. And all the disbursements that we've done have been successfully processed. We've paid everything and according to the instruction that we received from NSFAS. So we never paid less, we never paid more. We paid every cent according to the specifications that came from NSFAS. If they say pay 1 rand, we paid 1 rand. If there's a student out there who obviously complains that they were underpaid, that is the process that goes through NSFAS and then it comes to us. It is not us, it is the process that has gone through the university, then to NSFAS, and all we get is that pay 20 rand to Mr. Kumalo, and then we do that exactly. Now, if we look at August and September alone, so over 109,000 payments have been made. And over 95% of the students who were paid during August and September have fully KYC'd. And then when you look at the universities, up to 99% of university students paid during the August and September payment run are fully KYC'd, except for UNISA, which is at 70%. And if we look at the average payments are actually 40,000 for TVETs and 75,000 for universities, respectively. Then, now, in all this process, we need to look at the challenges that we actually have with the students. We get students who are not actually yet on the Coinvest onboarding file. And if I can explain that process obviously is the same process that goes to the university, and then the file goes to NSFAS, and then it comes to us. So if the student says to us, we are not on file, we are actually reliant on NSFAS to provide us with that particular information. The second challenge that we actually experience is students who have been onboarded but have not received their allowances. And we're experiencing that a lot quite recently. And it's a big challenge which we're trying our best to resolve with NSFAS to understand when those students are going to be paid. So that is an issue that you probably have heard about it as the committee. So we are addressing those issues with NSFAS. The third challenge is student failure to get through our call center. So we are aware also of that particular issue. And we've actually come up with other ways that students can actually reach us. You will see when we get to the end, our support structures that are available, which includes direct logging of queries, and then online chat with the students. We've actually introduced that. And that has actually increased the capacity in terms of the calls that we're actually handling, while at the same time improving our response to the students. And the other challenge that we actually have, but that has actually been solved, is a lack of cooperation from some of the investment and SRC bodies. So what we've done in that particular case, you'll see when I talk to the resolution, is to actually talk to those people. I mean, the management as well as SRC bodies, to work together to ensure that at the end of the day, the student is actually not inconvenienced. The other issue, obviously, that we actually face is the students who have been onboarded, and then obviously they are actually waiting for their money. They are actually waiting for their money, and then we do our best, like I said before, to actually assist those particular students. This one, obviously, I've spoken about it. Then the critical one is some students struggling to onboard themselves. So if we look back at the onboarding stats, I've said, for example, the students that we've onboarded is about 99,000 on universities. And I must mention that those students actually onboarded themselves. And we do have isolated incidents where somebody maybe who tried to onboard, they can't onboard themselves, maybe because they actually didn't take the ID photo correctly and so forth. So we deal with those issues and address whatever issues the student that may actually be facing. Then the other issue that we normally face is complaints about higher fees being charged. that we're working with NSFAS from time to time to ensure that we do take into account students' concern with regards to fees. And like our partners have said, the fees have reduced from 89 Rand to 12 Rand. And there are still obviously complaints that those fees are actually too high. So we are engaging with NSFAS to find a solution that would be suitable for the student market. And the plans that we have in place to actually resolve these issues, as I've said, continued engagement with the management of institutions, that is TVETs as well as universities, as well as SRC bodies, and then simplifying the way of logging queries and automated responses on some of the queries, particularly those generic ones. Because what we find is that you'll find the students logging 20 queries or 50 queries asking about the same thing. For example, when is my allowance going to be paid? And we explain to them that we are also waiting for the instruction from NSFAS. Then they get frustrated because now they need this money. So all we can do in that particular case is to relay that message that they need to actually communicate with NSFAS as well as their financial aid office. But we don't actually just leave it there. We also engage with NSFAS to make sure that those students why they haven't received their allowances. And I've mentioned also that we've actually increased our call center capacity to address that issue of the students not reaching our call center. And then in terms of fees, I've also mentioned that we continue to engage with NSFAS and student bodies to try and make fees more affordable for students. And then what will actually make this thing more ideal is to actually continue to add on our value-added services that will be launched soon. And those value-added services must speak to the student starting journey. And then the other part to actually address student queries is continued visibility on the ground to handle issues and assist with onboarding. Student support. So what we do there, you can reach us via a toll-free number or sending us an email to nsfas@coinvest.africa or logging a query directly on our link, which is available whenever you send an email to coinvest.africa, and it's also available on Facebook. There's another part that I actually want to touch on over and above what I've said. In terms of fraud, which has been mentioned time and again, I must mention we don't have any of those incidences. At the beginning, when we started with TVETs, we did have a few incidences, but when we actually discovered that, we introduced an OTP-based transaction method where every transaction that you do requires an OTP. So it means you must have your cell phone number at all times, except obviously if you are tapping for 200 Rand, then we don't need an OTP. But other than that, every transaction that we do, it requires an OTP. That's why we haven't seen any of the fraud cases coming our way because of what we've actually put in place. So that concludes my presentation, and I thank you all.
All right, thank you very much to colleagues from from Coinvest, and thank you very much to all the colleagues on the platform, from the colleagues at NSFAS, the DG, the Minister, DM, and now the service providers that have just presented. I'd like to, at this point, note hands from members who would like to make comments, recommendations, and ask questions. I want to just go back to the beginning of the meeting a bit. There's so much work we cover in the committee that sometimes you need to literally go back into archives for us to recall. Can you stop sharing the, let me do this. Yeah. That you need to go back into the archives to check if we've covered a matter or not. And I'd like to confirm that, and I'm about to be load shed, so I should be switching off my camera. If I do get disconnected for a while, it will be because the device will be moving from the house Wi-Fi to my phone. We interacted, the portfolio committee, on the 23rd of February, 2022, interacted with a couple of ministerial task team reports. One was on the Black academics, the MTT on Black academics, the MTT on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And then we also looked into the Ministerial Committee of Inquiry that was looking into the independent, or that was doing an independent investigation into the business processes, systems, and capacity of NSFAS. This was presented to the committee, and basically that would be what is simply or colloquially referred to as the Balim report, which Honorable Shikwambana was requesting that it be shared with the committee, that it should be first presented, and that it should perhaps inform our discussions. And so we have, as a committee, been briefed on that particular report. The members of the committee who were present in the meeting on that day when we received this presentation on the Balim report was Honorable Kumalo of the DA, Honorable King of the DA, Honorable Itzi of the ANC, Honorable Mahlatsi of the ANC, Honorable Deputy Minister Puti Manamela of the ANC, Honorable Mananiso of the ANC, Honorable Sibia of the ANC, and Honorable Tarabella Makesi of the DA, and Honorable Yabo of the ANC. Those members were present in the meeting when we received that particular report. At that stage, Honorable Shikwambana and I think Honorable Shira were not members of the committee. And so what I would request from the Secretariat is for us to kindly share the minutes and the presentation that the department gave us. But I must request, DG, we've tried to look for the full report, and it was not necessarily sent to us. So can the full report please be sent to us? And that's just to cover that matter. Now, secondly, I must indicate that it's unfortunate that NSFAS did not send us the responses that we had asked for. I know the chair of the board was trying to allude to some of the responses towards the end. Can we please ensure, colleagues, that by the end of this week, I can't even say 7 working days because we've had a month to furnish the committee with solid responses in writing. So can we please make sure that by the end of this week, those responses are sent to us? Then I'd like to raise a concern that, one would assume that when interacting at this National Assembly is one of the highest decision-making bodies of this country. You have been afforded funds to disperse. You have been afforded the opportunity to disperse funds on behalf of the entire country to its students to ensure that their journey in institutions of higher learning is supported. One would assume that the highest officers of the service providers that are here would have come. And when I say that, I mean a CEO, would have come and presented. Also, given the fact that there's been so much, people have questioned the capacity of these companies to render such services. And so we appreciate that eZaga was able to bring forth their group CEO. And I'm not sure what office Mr. Neil from Noracco holds. Can you just clarify your office? I may have missed it. But I really think, colleagues, if we want to bring each other into confidence, leadership must be here. The same way members don't appreciate it when the minister or the DG or the chair of NSFAS or the CEO of NSFAS are not here. Like they would never come. The CFO, CIO, they would never come without the chair, without the CEO. And so I really think that we must respect this platform because it represents thousands and millions of South Africans. Not because, you want to respect Nompendulo or Litsie or Chacha, but because you respect the citizens of this country. And we have been given the responsibility of holding you to account on their behalf. To quickly go into my questions. Acting CEO of NSFAS, if you could just clarify for me, I think I may have missed it when you were presenting what we mean by registration template errors. And then I think to some extent one understands what colleagues are accounting to be the reason for the slow distribution of bank cards. I mean, this whole issue of KYC and incorrect data and all of that. And then I just want to clarify something that was on the NSFAS presentation, where it says students can't differentiate between NSFAS and the service providers. I think at this point, they don't have to differentiate. It's not their responsibility to differentiate between the two. I think like the service providers are acting on behalf of NSFAS. So I think it's slide 9. Students are not able to differentiate between NSFAS and partner glitches. If our partner, and I'm assuming the partner is the service provider, if there are glitches there, those are NSFAS glitches. You can't separate the two, and I hope I'm making sense. So the partner service providers, you need to understand that when you don't do your part, you make NSFAS look bad. NSFAS needs to understand that when you don't, give the service provider whatever information they need, let's leave them looking bad. We still look bad. We look bad. We, the government, look bad. So I don't even think that we should be concerned about whether or not students can differentiate between the two. I think what is alarming is the report by service providers that students are now sending issues that are not related to the disbursement of allowances to them. And that just goes back to the issues around the NSFAS, what do you call it? That line, customer care line. What is that office that is never functional? I'm so sorry. But that one is our query system, query resolution system in general, and our ability to respond to queries is weak because now students are using alternative routes of raising their concerns. I'd like to also understand from the from the chairperson of the board, what we mean when we say we would soon be finalizing the position of the new CEO, when we've not concluded investigations on what has tainted the office of the CEO, because one would assume that once we've resolved that particular matter, then we're able to then decide that we're moving forth. So I just, and clarity on that. I think is that decision to then move to have a new CEO based on a preliminary report, or what informs us moving towards bringing in a new CEO when we've not necessarily concluded the investigations? So Tenet, you have 100 and I think this is particularly for university students, if I'm not mistaken, and if I am, I apologize, but you have 100 and 181,000. Okay, I think it's both. It's university and TVET college students. 181,054 students that you're dispersing to, and out of that, 156,949 are KYC, so like they registered, yet you've only paid to 144,396. And why is that? You know, why is the amount that you paid to, or the number of students you paid to, less than those that are KYC'd? Why do we have the late payment files from NSFAS? Can you please unpack on what political interference, what you mean when you say there was political interference that hindered, the registration of students onto your platform? And then can you please also unpack on what's happening at Wits University in terms of the students them receiving their allowances? I have reports from today from the outgoing Treasurer General about students who've not been paid, or students who've been paid for September but have not been paid for August, and so forth. Then, eZaga, I think it's important that you align your language. You refer to FET colleges a lot. In fact, actually, I'm even looking here at Tenet's presentation. You also refer to FET colleges, and we refer to the colleges as TVET colleges. Maybe the Departmental and NSFAS can explain why the service providers are referring to them as FET colleges as opposed to TVET colleges. I'd like to understand, you have about 80... Sorry. Okay, I'll come back to eZaga because there's so many figures here, and I can't even read my own handwriting at this point in time. Yeah, I'd also like to understand, Tenet, on your slides, you indicate that, I think this is on slide 6, you indicate that you've paid to 144,396 students. What we don't know is, how much was paid to which institution precisely, and I think, yeah, we have numbers of how many students you paid and so forth, but you do indicate per month how much has gone out, but it's a bit, your data is a bit more disaggregated, affording us a little bit more information. I wish other service providers would have done the same. You telling us how many students you're supposed to be dispersing to, how many have been KYC'd, how many have cards, that's good, that's okay, but we want to know how many have you paid? How many have you paid in August? How many did you pay in July? How many did you pay? That's what we're trying to get to, because ultimately we are trying to close the gap in terms of a student who says, or a NSFAS that says, no, we've dispersed allowances, and students who say, I've not received my allowance, I'm not a defunded student, and I've not received my allowance. That's the gap that we're trying to close. So when we don't have sufficient data, colleagues, it really doesn't assist us much. And I think it becomes even more concerning when I look at the Noracco presentation. Yeah, there's not much really from that presentation that can alleviate the anxieties that we currently have, or the concerns that we currently have. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it at that for now. I'll come back to this one regarding the cards from eZaga. I just need to familiarize myself with my handwriting again, and then I'll come back to that one. All right, I'd then like to note Honorable Khachao, Honorable King, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Pile, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Ngobo, Honorable Yabo, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Khachao.
Thank you. Good evening to you. Good evening to everyone present, all protocol observed. Chair, I won't go. Chair, we had a whole month given to not only NSFAS, but their partners to come back and give us confidence. But since half past 5, which is when the meeting actually started, till now, I'm still struggling to understand where this confidence is supposed to come from. Because on NSFAS's end, it was a whole wishy-washy rhetoric on not tangibly what it is that we want to know about how they are fixing their system. But then also from the partners, there was a whole lot of communication around the mandate, but little on the core issues facing the system currently. So what was seen there is that, one, NSFAS is not taking responsibility for this, as was seen in previous meetings where they were saying, but we are dispersing funds as much as we can and we're doing correctly, but then we don't know what happens between our disbursements and our service providers. But then service providers are like, but it's not our fault. If NSFAS is not giving us money in time to afford us at least a 48-hour room to process funds, there's nothing we can do. And then moreover, the service partners also are saying, some of them saying that, no, but even those funds that we are given, we can't give them to everybody. We can only give them to those that we've been told to give. So it's a whole weirdness altogether around exactly what is the truth here. And bottom line is that the question remains. So what was the hold up? That has been the primary concern of this committee from the onset to try to understand what was the holdup. How did we find ourselves in a chaotic situation where students' life were disrupted to the core that they were disrupted to? Because we can't also verify any of the solutions that are being proposed without fully comprehending the core issue here, and nobody's coming to light with the core issue. So either one, NSFAS is being disingenuous about their problem being the disbursement of funds and them not knowing how to do that in their offices, or two, the service providers are the ones that are lying about their capacity to distribute funds. But either or, somebody is not telling the truth, or maybe they're both not telling the truth, and that's what's alarming for me, and that's what I'm trying to understand here. Because I mean, how did we get late payments? Nobody is coming up with that truth here, and that's what we needed to know. And I think without having that accountability, then this meeting is a useless exercise altogether. It's pointless. It's a waste of time, because then we can't, as a committee, also give recommendations honestly around how to fix the problem. The other thing, there's a question I need to know, Chair, is on the deregistered students again. NSFAS was supposed to come back to us on some of the reasons provided for deregistered students. Yes, they said that, yeah, some were given funding incorrectly, or unnecessarily, but has this been communicated to students? Have students been given an opportunity to say, but you were given R5 and you did not qualify for the R5 on the basis of A, B, C, for them to also be able to at least appeal if that is the case? We still don't have communication on that. And for the money that has been paid already to students, we still have a question mark on whether now the parents of those students, for those who do have parents, or for the students themselves, are they now expected to pay the money back? Is the money going to be summoned? Because practically what happened, NSFAS was in a relationship with these students and they just ghosted them in honeymoon phase. That's what happened, and that's what led to the crumbling and the crumbling of the dreams of the students who thought they had funding, only to tomorrow wake up to zero funding altogether. So that must be answered. The other thing that needs to be answered is on the variation between banking fees, the comparison between partner distributions and the primary big banks, if you want to call them, because they're cheaper. Some, in most instances, services are cheaper there. So do we have the logic behind why is it that, given that students transact outside the current boundaries provided by the providers. Why is it that we are betting for the providers outside of big bank? There are ideological reasons that could back it, but like practically, on a practical level, why is it? Particularly because I think what we all want is to not only have more cost-effective ways of spending our money, but also to have a reliable system altogether, which big banks have shown to have. So that needs to be clarified. What also needs to be clarified, Chairperson, is on the capacity, communication capacity. So a whole lot is spoken around simpler ways of communicating with students, capacitating call centers, but with little clarity on how exactly that's going to happen. By how many heads are you going to capacitate your call centers? By when is this going to happen? It's just air wall things, and that's why I'm allergic to air wall conversations. If you've been given a month to come back, but we're actually even given more than a month to fix your business, but a month to come back and report to the committee in how you're going to do these things. So I expect more to say that you are doing, as you are looking for a simplified way. What is a simplified way? What does it look like? What does it mean? When you're saying you're going to increase capacity in call centers, what is it? Give it a number, give it a deadline, give a cost to substantiate it so that it makes sense. The other thing that I need to know is on the student accreditation process, Chairperson. Chair, so again, that is also weird. So number one, the figures that NSFAS presented today are completely different to the figures that they present to the committee on the 6th of September. So the responses to committee questions on the 6th of September indicated that they had the figure here is that they had 11,146 beds less paid for than what they presented today, and they had 3,900 more beds less accredited than they presented today. So my question here is, so have you, between the 6th of September and the 4th of October, been able to pay for 11,146 more beds and accredit 3,900 more beds? If the answer is yes, then I want to understand what happened between 6 September and 4 October that was able to result to such a drastic increase in deliverables that was not there before. But if the answer is no, then I want to understand where the glitch between the numbers that were presented a month ago and the numbers now is. I'm hoping the answer is in favor of the former, because then that would show that at least you're doing something. And as far as the accreditation of student accommodation is concerned. And I would hope that it's done not in a way that is just a tick box exercise or just quickly to get figures up, but done in a correct manner that speaks to ensuring that we have proper quality accommodation for students to lay their heads on. The other question, Chairperson, that I need to get clarification on is on the KYCs. So across board, all partners have conceded that they've fallen short, although the numbers are in their majority as far as their deliverables is great. But I want to know whether there has been orientation on the KYCs or not. I think one of the providers, I think it was the second last, that presented, said that part of the problem is that you have some students who come from rural places where their ability to KYC or interact with processes necessary for card variations is hampered. So I need to know, was there orientation for students to make sure that all of them are up to scratch with how to use this KYC system? And exactly, again, specification substantiate. So how are you going to bridge the gap to get to that 100%? The partnerships with the institutions to track them down to ensure that we get that great. And then the last one, Chairperson, just for curiosity's sake, I just want to know how did NSFAS decide to to split their institutions is just a curiosity. So how did you decide that the University of the Free State was going to be funded by this, is going to be distributed by that distributing agency, and then University of Cape Town, that one, in that order? That's just curiosity, but that's it from me from now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khacha. Honorable King.
Good evening, everyone. Chairperson, I've just experienced load shedding as well, so I won't be putting on my camera. I can't really say that I welcome the presentations, Chairperson. When I went through NSFAS presentation, it was also just another recap of what was presented previously. It was just put in a different format in most cases. We also see on their presentation when it comes to the slide, I think 13, where they mentioned how many institutions were onboarded. Once again, the last time I indicated the calculations was wrong. Again, that calculation is wrong. You also look at some of the institutions that were higher on the KIC the previous time they presented to us, and now you look at it, some of them are now lower from the last time. So that raises concern. How can an institution have 93% KYC'd the previous time they presented to us, and now currently they're standing at 90%? So those certain elements raises concern on their presentations, Chair. So the question that I also have is, 2 teams were then sent out to engage TVET colleges and institutions. We were given a synopsis of more or less what transpired and what outcome they actually had. But I would really like to know, because they are going to hand it to the CEO and the board, their findings. If we could have had dates to say when this report will be finalized, when will they engage stakeholders, because they mentioned that they were going to engage stakeholders on the report and the findings, and when can we have that full report from them, from the 2 teams that went out, not the summarized version, Chairperson? That would really be welcoming. Chairperson, what I also find alarming, and you've also alluded to it, is when the CEO in his remark mentioned that next week we will now be, an announcement will be made on the new CEO, the appointment thereof. Basically tells us 2 things: that the Werksmans Incorporated report is available and they have received it. It also alluded that they know the content, that the previous CEO, Andile Ngogo, has been found guilty of changing some of these tender requirements to allow Coinvest and the others to actually succeed and be awarded these tender contracts. So he must just take us into his confidence on that remark, Chairperson. Is Andile gone? Or what is the issue? Because that's a big statement that he actually made, Chairperson. Then, Chair, I'm just going through all my notes here. In terms of the ICT system, the last time they said that a WhatsApp system is envisaged. I would love to have received some progress on the WhatsApp system that NSFAS is trying to incorporate to make the system more seamless. Then, Chairperson, I gave 33 questions the last time. I must say what was presented hasn't answered any of it. Then, Chair, they spent 65 million rand on ICT on the first budget, and they received an additional 54 million rand on budget 2 for the ICT system. To date, we still see that they are not able to interface directly with institutions, and then they talk about template problems. We still see now where we are sitting with an issue where NSFAS and their service provider don't have a proper interlinking system to ensure seamless distribution of funds, which means that students are then left found because at the end of the day, none of the two actually knows who's doing what, when is payment coming in. That's the sense I'm receiving, Chair. I would have liked if they could have said, on this day is when we pay TVET colleges, on this day is when we are going to pay university students, so that these students can satisfy their mind. If on the 25th I don't get my funds, something is wrong. Because now, as was said, they are incurring unnecessary service fee because of them checking all the time. We must keep in mind some of these students send money home to their parents as well. So obviously the concern and anxiety comes to play when they are not paid on time as should be. Then, Chairperson, on the accommodation accreditation, what I'm a bit concerned is that to date, they've paid 69,519 beds, but they've only accredited 25,803. Simple maths tells me that they have paid accommodation providers that were not accredited. So that would basically means in the next financial year, we'll see some irregular expenditure. So I just want to find out if that is going to be the case from the acting CEO, who used to be the financial officer as well, because that is really alarming that that is going to happen. And it's also alarming that they knew for a long time that they are doing accreditation of accommodation service providers. They were adamant they want to do that. And yet they did not have an ICT system to do it. They did it manually. Chairperson, that raises big alarm bells, that they wanted to push for this thing to happen, yet they were not ready to actually fully implement it. Now we're sitting with a situation where we have quite a few of these beds that are not being accredited for. Chairperson, also on the student accommodation, I would really love to know who are they using to do the accreditation. And these accreditors, if they have been vetted, because we might find a situation where the very same people that are accrediting are the very same people that also own some of these student accommodation facilities. We might also find that NSFAS employees also own some of these student accommodation facilities, because all of a sudden we had a shortfall of beds, and now all of a sudden you see everyone offering beds. So I would like to know who is accrediting and the vetting processes, also the costs associated per bed for these accreditors that they will be paid for, Chairperson, so that we can get, if it's 140 Rand, if it's 200 Rand per bed, so that we could be satisfied to say it's not another tender to enrich another friend of somebody on the board. With the direct payment service providers, Chairperson, I would like to know every month, if a student has to receive allowances, must they verify themselves on the various apps for them to have access to their allowances? I don't know if I heard correctly, but it seems as if that is the process, Chairperson. And then we must be mindful that data cost is very high for students to do all of that. Also on the direct payment service providers, Chair, I would like to know every time a new student or when students were onboarded, how much is NSFAS paying the direct payment service providers? Last time we checked, they said 10 Rand. I just want to confirm for every student that they've onboarded, they receive 10 Rand for each student. Okay, on the issue of Access Bank, is Access Bank gone, or is Access Bank still some of the direct payment service providers sponsored partnership? But Chair, when you look at the amount of the outbound service fee, and I looked at what they offer, and I specifically looked at all the banks, I just realized, Chair, most students have Capitec bank accounts. And Capitec ends at this current moment is far cheaper than what they are offering. It's more accessible, and the student can go to a proper ATM. So I would like to know, has the board been satisfied, as I asked last time, that the current system is still more feasible than proper commercial banks, Chairperson? I would really like to know that, because if they are using Nedbank, who also applied for one of these contracts, it doesn't make sense, Chair, how they could receive this and then Nedbank was sidelined. Clearly, there are issues when it comes to that tender, Chairperson. Also, Chair, with the direct payment service providers, since I haven't received any response in it, asking the providers themselves, they were supposed to offer contracts, 30% of it, to small and medium-term enterprises. I would like to know if that has been the case or if that is not anymore part of the tender agreement between them and NSFAS. Okay. Okay, sorry, Chair, I'm just going through some of my notes here. Okay, then Chairperson, we would like to know the reason why the HR manager was asked to separate ties with NSFAS, that it would actually answer some of the questions in terms of maybe NSFAS is overbloated and the HR did not do a proper job in realizing that. You mentioned that auditing firms will be hired. Have you more or less worked out a proper budget or cost estimate for these firms to do the auditing of NSFAS books? Also, it's quite concerning that you say you more or less think 2 million rand will be paid to Werksman, and you have not been invoiced for it. For me, that is a bit of a concern. They should have given you an idea by now, more or less how much their cost structure would be and more or less how much NSFAS is looking at. We do keep in mind that NSFAS don't really have much money when it comes to the administrative cost, and to incur all of these outside consultants is adding more strain on the fiscus of NSFAS. So that for me is a bit of a concern, Chairperson. Then lastly, Chair, we will go through all of this, but at the end of the day, we are still waiting the comprehensive funding model. We are also still waiting a report from NSFAS to say how far are they with the eligibility criteria, who have they consulted? Because every year that is our biggest concern, that the eligibility criteria is only released in the coming year. And then students have applied and then all of a sudden the N+ rule comes into play. So I would like to know, where are we standing for the 2024 academic year in terms of the eligibility criteria, Chairperson? And I'm very interested to wait on the Werksman's report, because from me, if that Werksman's report is going to say the previous CEO has been found guilty, then at the end of the day, we need to raise questions. What are we now going to do with these 4 service providers that actually colluding took place or way was made for them to get these contracts? Will these contracts now be put aside, or what will be happening? Because I can already see a lot of fraud cases that's going to come up because of this. And I can already see that court actions will come up because of the irregular awarding of these contracts. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable King. Honorable Litsie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm trying to time myself here so that I don't do what others did. Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening once again to everybody. Welcome back, Minister. I saw you come in. I'm assuming that was when your plane landed, putting it out there so that we are not told that you are not respecting the committee. Let's welcome all the presentations, Chair, from everybody who presented. One, maybe let's clarify that in this committee, we were clear, we've been clear that we support the appointment of direct payments. I don't know how many meetings we've had. We've supported that, we continue to support that. Direct payment was indeed needed because the universities which was doing the payments was taking too long to pay our people, and there were just a number of problems there. What we don't support is what we are getting here, that we've onboarded 93%, or what do you call it, virtual cards that are working, it's 97% or 93%, and all of those things. Or KYC, it is 90%. And we still have 7% or so, or 10% of students who are not getting their allowances. I will ask these companies one by one based on what they presented, on what is it that, what are they expecting these students to be eating at rest, or wherever they are, whilst they are not getting their allowances. Let me go to, I think, agree with the presentation of the minister here, that this year, for 48 billion rands has been put aside for a fee-free education in South Africa by the NC-led government. Something that does not come out enough. All we hear about is that there are challenges, these challenges, that, whereas there is this thing that continues. I mean, next year it will be 49 billion, for an example, next financial year. And we're not talking about those things, which is, I think, a good story that must be told. I don't want to respond to people, but somebody asked the question that if you have if you are saying you have accredited 20,000 and you have paid 30,000 to accreditation or to student accommodation, it means you have paid 10,000 more, or you have paid 10,000 to people who have not accredited. That can't be true, because we should know, we know, it has previously reported many times, including this year, that universities have been accrediting. What this accreditation process deals with is what has been accredited by the new system of NSFAS, which was supposed to have started this year, and it did not start because of their own internal issues. So it does not mean that if you have paid 30,000 accreditors or student accommodators, you have paid people who are not accredited. That can't be true. Now let me get to the issues I have. Let me welcome what came out from, can't remember whether it was the acting CEO or the chair of the board, about a team that has been put, an extraordinary team that has been put to go and resolve the accreditation of students, or student accommodation accreditation. We can't stress it enough, the importance of accrediting the student accommodator. Because one, we can't allow our children or students to go and live in squalor or in places where really it's not conducive for them to study. Number two, some of these student accommodation providers who are not accredited, either by the corrupt university system that we all know about, we must not even lie about, that these universities, to accredit student accommodation providers, they've been asking them money, some of them up to 300,000 to get an accreditation certificate, right? So some of these business owners, and I don't speak on behalf of them, but some of them have borrowed money to renovate so that the norms they reach or they meet the norms and standards of student accommodation. Now, these universities, because these people can't afford to pay the money, they then close them out. So some of them this year were not accredited. Some of them, probably the banks that we are talking about here, or Capitec, are probably now about to take those buildings and sell them in an auction because these people can't afford to pay them. So the importance of accrediting, Chairperson, this student accommodation is extremely important because these are small businesses that are creating jobs and growing the economy of this country. So we don't expect this extraordinary team that you are saying you have established that will start on the 9th of October, next week, Monday. We don't expect them to rest. They must be all over. They must make sure that they close this issue as soon as possible. We can't go into December where student accommodation providers don't know whether they're accredited for next year or not. So that is all I want to say on student accommodation providers. I think I must echo the sentiments of those who are saying where we are, there's a problem because we are not clear whether the problems that were experienced in July when student accommodation, student distribution funds, or what do you call those? This other ones, that disbursement, student disbursement are now being distributed properly to students. Now, as we are seated here, I'm not sure. Because I know for a fact that there are students who are not getting funds. I'm not sure seated here why. Whether it's NSFAS not paying the providers enough, whether it's the providers' systems internally. Seated here, I don't know really what is the a problem. So I think I want to echo the sentiments of those who are saying you are giving us problems instead of solutions. Let's hypothetically speaking, and I'm asking this to all of them, the disbursement funds, all of you. There's let's say there's a child, a student who passes away and you are distributing funds to them. How do you pick it up? Do you continue to pay into the account there until NSFAS says don't pay because the child should have graduated or whatever? Or how do you know? How do you get information that the child has passed on and you must no longer pay this amount to this child? How do you get that information? So what I'm asking is, are you linked to the Home Affairs system? How are you getting that information? And how will NSFAS know? So NSFAS continues to pay you this money and you know that the child has passed. What happens to that money? Are you keeping it to yourself? And all of that. And this is the question to all of you there. And then specific to each one of you, or no, maybe before I get to you, maybe let me start with Tenet. You are saying you have been giving 225,000 students, and then you have 132 who are transacting. Explain what is happening to others. You are also saying, one slide there, you are dispersing 245K. What is happening to about 80,000 students that you have not dispersed to? Because I don't think, sometimes we speak here and we assume that we understand the life of these students at universities. Not so long ago, some of us were there, funded by the scheme. If you don't have parents to give you 100 rand to go buy bread, you don't have anybody. Many of our girls. In fact, it was on TV during COVID, Tshwane North and Tshwane South, where young girls there said, we have nobody to turn to. If we are not giving money, it means we must now resort to sugar daddies, so that, you know, we're now going to prostitute ourselves, so that we can have bread. So this 80,000 Tenet is a lot of people, a lot of students who may not be getting money from anywhere else. I don't know, maybe you can answer what is happening to them. How have you made sure that a day does not pass, or by tomorrow this number is no longer 80,000, it's probably 20,000, because today you would have put measures in place to make sure that those kids are found and they are disbursed too. eZaga, you are saying to us, you can't find 2,183 students. You have not found them using their contact details available from universities, their email addresses, their student email addresses with their student number. You have not found them. I find it hard to believe that you would have a student who needs financial allowances, who need their allowances, and you can't get them. Where are you looking for these students? Because I can make an example. I don't know who's disbursing to VUT. Tomorrow I can drive to the Val, go to VUT. I will find students who have problems, who have not been distributed to. Myself, I will go there and I will get those students. When you say you are looking for them, why are you looking for them? Are you going, when you are saying physically, are you sending one person there to go and deal with 500 students? They are not going to find them in a day. What are you doing? Maybe help us there. And this 2,183 that we are talking about, it's only universities. You still have another 2,274 that you can't get on TVETs. You know, so it's a very bad report. Noracco, you are saying you only have about 100,000 or just below 100,000 students, with 3,443 students not KYC'd. What's happening to these kids? How are they getting their allowances? If they are getting them, if so, how? You have 2,632 students who are not KYC'd. If you are saying, because your own presentation is not clear, you are saying they are not KYC, this 2,632, you are not indicating whether they've got virtual cards. If they don't have virtual cards, how are they getting their allowances? What is it that you have done to make sure that at least they get their allowances? Coinvest, 30,000 students, or is it 3,300? I'm not sure. You'll confirm them, not, you know, who are not, because this looks like a very big number. Coinvest, 30,344 students not KYC'd. What are you saying to these kids? What must they eat? Yeah? And on universities, you have 47,000, just below 48,000 who are not KYC'd. I know you said many of them from UNISA and all of that, but these are students also of other universities who are not KYC'd. This looks like a very big number from yourselves. How are we supposed? How are these kids supposed to get, you know, their allowances? And just below 100,000 out of the 147,000 that we have, you are saying have got virtual cards. So you have about almost 50,000, 48,000 students who don't have virtual cards and all of that, and not KYC. What is happening there? What are we doing to make sure that these students get their allowances on time? Maybe one common question to you guys. Outer said you guys did not have SFP, or you're not registered for SFP. Some of you, I saw you on your presentation, you are saying you do have. When you respond, can you respond that indeed we have KYC. All of you, again, this is a question to all of you. How many in your companies here in South Africa dealing with this project? Tell us how many people are employed in each company of yours under this project of NSFAS. Because it might be that you have only 3 people employed here on this project, and therefore we can't expect you to deal with 47,000 or those 3 people to deal with 47,000. It's not possible. So these kids, these students that you have not distributed allowances to, what is happening to this money? Has NSFAS paid it to you? And is it sitting in your accounts generating interest? And if that is the case, then how certain are we that this is not you, creating this crisis so that you generate income or interest on this thing of this student? And then lastly, on slide 14, Chairperson, we have a table from NSFAS that gives us the price structures of these companies. And I still, say here that with the current fee structures that these companies are bringing, they may not have been the best to be appointed in terms of price. As much as we can kick and scream, they may not have. If you look at the fee structure there and the number of free transactions that are offered by others who had applied for this tender the 3rd time, which were these providers were appointed. But if you look at it, Honorable King says Capitec is the cheapest there. Well, I'm sure you can look at it there. If you look at it there, it's not true that Capitec is the cheapest. The cheapest there, if you look at the number of transactions, the number of free transactions, the price of transactions, it appears that ABSA may have been the cheapest. And I don't hold brief for ABSA. I don't have to speak for them. I don't even bank with them. But the reality is, if you look at it there, it's not Capitec. So we must not come here and speak for our people, or for people who, what do you call it? For people who donate to my party, because it's an open secret that Capitec funds the DA. So Honorable King wants to come and say Capitec is the cheapest. Let's not politic here. This is not games. Capitec on that thing is not the cheapest. They've got their fees there. It's ABSA who would have been the cheapest. Thank you very much, Chair. And I know I've been right on time, just under 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Litsie. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening to all honorable members, everyone on the platform, all protocol observed for the sake of time. I have 2 disadvantages. One is that it's 9 o'clock and we've started at 5. And the second is that I come after Honorable Litsie, so a lot of it is covered. But I just want to emphasize one of the points that he's made, and it was one of my first questions. Does the service providers receive the entire amount for the number of beneficiaries that are allocated to them from NSFAS? And if they do receive the full amount for all beneficiaries, it clearly means that when they do not pay in the region of 80,604 beneficiaries, or in some cases maybe even more, that money is certainly sitting in their accounts as service providers. And it's going to be sitting there for a long time until those students are either KYC'd, or they are verified, or they are paid and receive this disbursement of funds. Now, the second one I want to raise is in respect of the presentation that was given by Tenet. Now, Tenet gave us a presentation for today's meeting. But when I went through the presentation they gave us on the 19th of September, which was in the form of a narrative, that presentation was actually speaking to what Honorable Litse was just mentioning, the table of what the charges are from all of the banks. And I cannot understand how we reached a point of awarding 4 service providers, given the fact that a service provider has provided a table that shows that bank and banking institutions were far cheaper in respect of charges than these service providers. And how in the world that was awarded is beyond me. Chair, I also want to just ask whether the service providers received a template to prepare for the presentations, because it doesn't take rocket science to see a common denominator in all of the presentations. And you see that they follow a particular pattern. And I'm saying this because Tenet gave us a narrative, and then today, or whenever we received it, I think 2 days ago, a different presentation that's almost similar to the other service provider. And it leaves a lot to be questioned. Let me go specific to each of the service providers. Tenet talks about their background and profile, and they've had clients since 2013. And the question I want to ask is, who are some of those clients? They say they provided banking services to a vast variety of clients in South Africa. Who are these clients? What services have you offered? And be specific when you respond to that. You also mentioned that a sponsored banking license by a commercial bank. And the question is, which is that commercial bank? And I look at the figures that they provided, Chair. They have 225,000 NSFAS beneficiaries. There are only 57,615 cards that were distributed. Now that is scary. Then you've got 181,054 students that are on the app. But the big question here is that only 144,396 received allowances out of the 225,000, which means there are 80,604 students who, as we speak, have not been authenticated, have not received their allowances. And if that is not a cause for concern, then nothing else can be. 80,604 students have not received anything. And it cannot be NSFAS because they've already received this service to be provided. They've already been doing it for other beneficiaries. Then how is it that this large number is sitting that has not been accounted for? Then in respect of eZaga, I'm going to ask a similar question. Who are your clients? What work have you provided prior to this? I saw on the slide where it says background and institution slide, it just says eZaga. Now, have you done anything before this? The difference there is that they've actually got quite a higher number, which is actually much better, of the students that are KYC'd. In fact, 113,318 out of the 115,466. But again, there's only 82,064 that have cards. And then the other question is in terms of the fee structure. And I think my question to all of the service providers is, how much are you actually charging students and how much are you making from this? Because when you look at the breakdown, some of them provided, others don't. You find that over and above the initial fee, there's a fee for every 100 rand, Now, if that is not going to be taking out so much of money from those students, then it's really going to be giving them little to be left with. In terms of Noracco, again, the profile, what is your background? Who are the clients that you've worked with? What work have you done? Again, there I see there's quite a substantial number of students that are KYC'd. I think it's only about 3,443 that's not. But the question there is, how many students have you paid? because there isn't an indication of how many students you've paid. How many students have you paid? And again, what is the fee structure in terms of the fees that you're charging? And then on the last one on Coinvest, a similar question. What is your background? What work have you done? And who are your clients? And what is the fee structure? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Ma'am Sibia was mutile.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for your presentation. On Tenet Technology, card replacement and card delivery fees are quite expensive for students, especially in an instant where the card would be stolen. Is there no other better alternative outside of charging the student? The other one, what was the anticipated transactional behavior of the students for the fees model? Noracco, should it happen that a student gets scammed, is there a way that they can get the funds back? The other one, why is Noracco dealing with certain challenges that have been brought to its attention through NSFAS? eZaga, I was not clear with regards to the calculation of the KYCs. Is the calculation of the KYC stats for the years 2022 or 2023? What are the reasons for the number of pending KYCs? I thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for a conference. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, colleagues. Chairperson, on NSFAS, it was indicated that 2 teams were formed to visit 10 universities and 20 TVET colleges. I just want to find out what was the criteria for identifying the universities and TVET colleges to be visited, given that there are other institutions that were not visited which experienced similar challenges. And also, NSFAS indicated that the board would also submit its own report to the minister. I just want to find out from the chairperson of the NSFAS board, by when will the board submit this report to the minister? On Tenet Technology, on the onboarding of students, they have indicated that only just over 181,000 students have been onboarded onto the banking platform. So I just want to find out from them, why have not all students been onboarded onto the banking platform? What are the challenges and what is it that they are doing to address those challenges? Also, they have presented solutions, and some of these solutions also include NSFAS itself. So I just want to find out from Tenet if they have shared these solutions with NSFAS and what was the response of the NSFAS to these solutions. Are they taking them up and implementing, including the ICT one? On eZaga, they've indicated that one of the problems they're facing is that student contact information is not on the onboarding file, which then makes it difficult for students to get the registration link. So I would like to find out how many students whose contact information they have not received and what they are doing to get this information and fast track this process. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me start by thanking you for actually making sure that we get this slot of holding this particular important meeting. And one must note that our people must know this is the first of its kind, where as the portfolio committee, we are able to touch the level of service providers in an institution. So I think I would want to differ with the first speaker who said this meeting might be useless because of what they have said as they were questioning the reports. It really shows that it is important that we sit and we find the best solution for this particular challenges that we are facing at NSFAS and as well by service providers. One, Chair, I would want to agree with most of the members to say that indeed when NSFAS was speaking, they did whatever that they presented on and what they gave to us. It's what we actually need in writing. And I would want to suggest that the CEO, acting CEO, must actually give us a 7-step process in writing and in a tabled form, so that as we do our oversight, we are able to take trace if whatever that they have committed on is what they are doing. More especially the fact that we would want this particular 7-step processes to be designed at a SMART principle. So I want them to actually submit to us in a table form, and as well noting what the chair said with regards to 8 resolutions. I think here we need a program of action detailing all these particular resolutions. Chair, I want to caution NSFAS, as many could have said, that indeed when they do their work or when they speak about turnaround strategy, they would use a consultancy. I hope that this time around, Chairperson, you would use the human capital that you have that is charged with specific authority to ensure that they bring order at NSFAS, because I know we're paying too much in terms of this consultancy. And perhaps, Chair, we need a report that is detailed in terms of how many so far consultancy that we have used in each and every department, and did those particular consultancy do the value for money, or they just came in and out? So I think I would need that in writing from NSFAS. On the issue of accommodation and fees that are being charged by service providers, I'm covered by Honorable Pillay. Chair of NSFAS, you spoke about consequence management. Can we get just a summary view in terms of in which space actually where the board could have acted and things are the status quo in terms of how is the picture currently, but not touching on issues that are under investigations through the law firms. Just a summary in terms of specific consequence management. Chairperson, let me go to the service providers. To all our, okay, lastly, before I go to service providers, I want to check with the NSFAS, and I think Honorable Khao asked this question. What was the process used or the criteria to actually allocate TVETs and universities to these service providers? I'm very curious in terms of how were they allocated these particular universities. On Coinvest, I think on slide 6, they are actually indicating challenges that are experienced, and they repeat twice in terms of student failure to get through to their call center. I want them to give us clarity. What is the challenge there? Is their call center not accessible, or what is the issue? Because I've tried to call all these call centers. One, I must agree that they are working, because I could go up until to the level where I was given instruction in terms of follow, if you want this, press 1 and so on. So I just need them to give us clarity in terms of what is happening there. I think, Chair, again, on this, all service providers, we need a report with regards to lack of cooperation from some universities, SRC bodies, and as well university management. Can all these entities be specific in terms of where they could have got challenges when they were trying to deal with these issues of disbursement, and as well with issues of ensuring that students get their cards, so that when we meet with those universities, we are able to, do the check and balances in terms of whether whatever that we were given here, is it a true reflection of what could have happened on the ground. So it is important that all of them, they must give us a specific reports detailed per TVET, per universities in terms of where they didn't get support. And on the issue of fraudulent cases, I want all entities to give us a report, detailed report, if indeed they have experienced that there's some fraudulent cases per student, and what is it that they have done today with regards to dealing with those particular cases. Because of we don't want to assume that there's just fraud, and these particular service providers, they do have a platform where people can report fraud. So can they just give us in terms of how many cases to date that have been reported, and what is their status quo with regards to those particular cases? Chair, the other issue that actually this meeting is actually indicating is the fact that NSFAS and service providers, they don't have that stakeholder relations, that you would get people meeting timelessly to report on each other and finding best ways to deal with the issues. Because all of them, they are working in one project. The project that speaks to ensure that there's accessibility in terms of higher institutions, and as well learning and training takes place, but they don't speak to each other. And can they will they make sure that they strengthen that particular relationship, so that some of the petty issues, they are able to deal with them as it when they arise? Chair, on the presentation, there's an indication by Tenet Technologies that on slide 11, there's an issue that they are raising, the media and political interference. Can we get a summary report that is detailed, perhaps, in terms of what is happening there on the issue of political interference, and as well and media interference? And to all of them, I have one question to say. When they were noting that there's a misbrief by media in terms of their organization or organizational images and integrity, what is it that they could have done today as different service providers to ensure that they clear the mist? Because I think if lies is being told many times and there's no other view from that particular lies, so can they tell us in terms of, as they've been noting this incident that have been happening, that their businesses are all over, and there's nothing that it's close to what they are all about, and they don't say anything? It's a problem for me. So can they give us in terms of, as they've been hearing this particular news, what is it that they have been doing? Lastly, Chairperson, it's on the issue of campaigns. I think we must acknowledge the fact that they are saying that they've been going to institutions and doing campaigns. But I want to check with all of them, how far are they to make sure that in each and every institution they've got a footprint or the human capital deployed specifically to deal with these cases? And lastly, can they indicate in writing as well in terms of the pending KYC specifically? What is it that it's lacking for a person to, to be paid and so on? Because we cannot always hide behind these codes of KYC while there's no narration in terms of, okay, if it's chain, there's a challenge in terms of the ID number or names or supporting document and so on. So can they give us in detail what actually it's actually needed to ensure that they deal with all those KYC. That's it from myself, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso, and thank you to all honorable members. Colleagues, we are
You
going.
forgot me, Chairperson.
Oh, I did. And you are sorry, I'm not seeing the name pop up.
It's me, Jay, Honorable Yabo.
Sorry, Honorable Yabo. That's not by. That was a mistake. Apologies. Please come forth, Honorable Yabo. I think your hand got dropped. Maybe you were kicked out of the meeting. Apologies for that, Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet everyone on the platform. The Deputy Minister, the Minister in absentia. I don't know if he's back in the meeting.
I'm here, Honorable Chair. Very much so.
Yeah. No, the Minister, apologies for that. DG, the team from the department, the Chairperson of the Board of NSFAS, his executive, and the service providers present in the meeting. Honorable members as well, I also greet you. Now, Chair, I would want to speak to perhaps issues that members may have touched on, but maybe add a bit of a dimension to some of the issues, and perhaps I'll raise some of my own issues. What I've noticed with and let me start off first with the presentation that was made by NSFAS. And I would just want to ask technical questions, and maybe that will provide light into the process of getting into the space of direct disbursements using service providers. I wouldn't want to go into the procurement process. I just want to deal with the interoperability test, and that I'll use that language because I'm not a technical person, I'm not an ICT person. The interoperability test to check whether the systems that would have been procured from the service providers would work well with NSFAS's own system, first and foremost. Number two, whether you have a process that determines compatibility of capacity, both from NSFAS's side and the service provider side. Because what I've picked up in the presentations is that service providers are raising an issue about data that they have to receive from NSFAS about beneficiaries, and that data has come to them, or rather it gets to them late, which has a direct impact on the time the disbursements are made. And that's the first thing. Whether there was a process before the official commencement of the contractual obligations to test, I think in common nomenclature, we call it a dry run. To perform a dry run, to see whether in real time, NSFAS and its service providers can deliver disbursements to beneficiaries on time, all the time. Because for me, when you say we have not done a know your customer process for 2,513 students, it's not just a number versus what you have covered. You might have covered 180,000 and not covered 2,500, but it's 2,500 human beings who must see to finish where they are going to get food where they are going to get their transport allowance, their book allowance, etc., etc. We may mention all of them. But these are human beings. And so to discount the number as small, as if we are not dealing with humans, for me, is inhumane. And I feel it should be addressed with the agency it deserves, both from NSFAS's side as well as the service provider's side. I feel like there was no dry run done to check whether when the companies actually go and do this work, the teething problems would have been dealt with prior. And I want to appreciate the effort that, and I'm saying this just to acknowledge work put into putting together a presentation. I mean, I want to appreciate the presentation put together by eZaga, although most of the complaints that have been coming through, I mean, all of us would have known eZaga more than all other service providers, first and foremost. To put together a 45-pager for us. And, well, I don't know what Noracco was going through, but the presentation is very skimpy on detail that speaks to what we would have wanted to know. And I think this also affects all other service providers, just in one aspect, the human resource capacity. And so in one presentation, you get the sense that Tenet will say we would have, in fact, eZaga would say we have people doing groundwork, we have field workers. We don't have the stats on how many and how many students are being covered. And what are they literally dealing with apart from the KYC process? What else are they dealing with? And you don't get a sense of the internal capacity that is deployed by these companies and for the students that have been allocated. The one thing that I think reflects in one of the presentations is the issue around being allocated 225,000 students. And I assume that all of them have been allocated 225,000 students, equitably so. But we don't get a sense of the capacity of the company other than its history. And so we are given history, technological capacities, presence in other African countries. But to be honest, Chairperson, for us, that doesn't matter a lot. What matters to us is what is the deployed capacity to handle this project at this magnitude. And also the interoperability of systems, in particular call centers with NSFAS. How was it determined that the service providers themselves will have their own call centers outside of the call center of NSFAS? And so when the problems are NSFAS related and a student calls one of the service providers, how do they interchange these problems so that they are resolved at the source? How is that done? What is there an SOP that exists between NSFAS and the service providers? And I think those are questions that will speak to the speed at which we are able to see this problem resolved. I don't buy the story that we are in our first year, it's teething problems. There should have been a period of a dry run that should have been included in the contracts so that by the time the contracts went into full swing, those teething problems would have and should have been handled prior. Because we are not dealing with machines, we are dealing with human beings. And so I think due care should have been taken. Due care should have been taken so that when you handle people's lives, especially those who are vulnerable, and you are dealing with students who, some of them may not even have parents, and you want to treat them this way. It's very disheartening. It stokes my chagrin
to the end that you don't have a process that speaks to streamlining these things prior to day one to go live. Before you go live, you should have done these things to test the interoperability between NSFAS and these companies. I feel like there was a rush for some or other reason. There was a rush. No, let's rush. Quick. Oh, woman. I think we must be given solutions that speak to how they are going to clean the interoperability mess. Because what I'm picking up is that NSFAS does not have the capacity to feed into the companies. The companies themselves did not communicate properly with NSFAS to check what they will be getting from NSFAS as part of their allocations. The other thing that I've picked up is that in one presentation, I'm just not sure if it's Tenet or if it's eZaga, or it's Tenet, I think. The fee issue remains at 29 rands, and then Noracco has used the template provided to us by NSFAS on the new fee structure. It looks like there is no agreement on the fee structure that will be charged to students. And I'm speaking this from what I'm seeing from the presentations of the service providers and not necessarily NSFAS. And so the question I will have is, what is contained, and I think Honorable Litsia might have asked the question, what is contained in the service level agreements between the service providers and the NSFAS in as far as these fees are concerned? What is the actual service level agreement fees that are there? And has there been a thoroughgoing process to engage everyone to agree on the new fee structure? Because what I'm seeing in the presentations doesn't seem to suggest that. And just Chair, on a final note, some of the service providers in their presentations raise the issues of political interference, as well as resistance from university management, as well as SRCs to accept this direct payment. We know what the issues are. We have spoken to them as well ourselves, that the resistance is caused by what? But wasn't there not a stakeholder management plan, as one might call it? I'm just forgetting this term, Chair, but a thoroughgoing process to engage stakeholders that you will have to accept and receive this thing. Wasn't there a process prior to its go live to engage stakeholders so that by the time go live arrived, you would not have this type of resistance? And this question goes to NSFAS. And I think because the NSFAS is the client, NSFAS is the one that should own the question I've just asked. And in closure, Chair, I want to make the following input, that the committee agreed with NSFAS that some of the queries that have been in the pipeline be resolved, and day zero for queries and we're very specific on the kind of queries that should have been closed by the 30th of September. And here we are still getting promises on new dates for those things to be resolved. Honorable Letsie put it very succinctly in the last meeting that whose head should roll should we not get the resolution of these problems as identified and agreed to by the 30th of September. We did not get a commitment. In fact, we got a whole speech from the acting COO on how it's not going to be possible to have anyone put their head on the block for those problems to be resolved. And I want to say, Chair, that we must get a commitment here that goes with what we will call consequence management. But in all honesty, We want to see heads roll. If we don't see the resolution of these problems, because this problem is becoming our problem every week, every second day of the week, Chair, I am personally inundated with NSFAS queries. And I'm a member of the portfolio committee. I am not employed by NSFAS. But as a leader of society, we are engaged with these problems every single day or every second day. And so this problem is becoming almost akin to what ESCOM has been to South Africans. This is localized within the education sector, the PSET sector, but it needs to be resolved. And also the last thing, why is it that TVETs don't seem to be affected adversely? I have not heard a lot of noise coming from the TVET sector. Is it running better in the TVET sector than it is in the university space? What is going on? What is the difference there? Maybe we should get answers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. And thank you very much to all honorable members. I want to hand over to colleagues. I think the approach I'd like to take is closing remarks, 2 minutes from each service provider, 10 minutes to the chair and the CEO and the acting CEO of NSFAS, and then hand over to the minister. You see, the service providers, there's work that is being done by NSFAS under the Worksman's investigation. And that is what needs to, that report, Chair Khosa, is going to be very important. And the committee must be given that report as soon as you've concluded, or as soon as the work that's around the investigation is concluded, because it asks, it should hopefully answer many of the questions that members are asking in terms of the capacity of these service providers to do what we expect them to do. I think we all, as Honorable Litsie stated when he began with his input, agree that the direct payment system was a noble idea by NSFAS to address many of the challenges we saw in terms of the disbursement of funds or allowances previously. However, the kind of challenges that we're currently seeing, the questions that have been raised in various platforms around the capacity of service providers and the manner in which service providers were appointed, and the route we took, and the processes that were followed in terms of appointing the service providers, the time frames that were used. I think Honorable Yabo speaks about it having been hastily done, without ensuring that we've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. There's all those concerns, and we are hoping that those concerns will be addressed by this particular investigation. And we need the chair of NSFAS to bring us into confidence that indeed that report the report on that investigation is going to answer these questions that members are posing. I mean, for example, I think Honorable Pillay unpacks on work that these service providers have done in other spaces, and those are all questions that speak to the capacity of these service providers to disperse allowances on behalf of the state. Questions around why we took 4 service providers and not one, or didn't go with one big bank, or ABSA, Capitec, whatever it is. The question around SASSA, I think we asked this question in the meeting we had a month ago. We said, well, how does SASSA do it? What was your comparison around that? All of that, when we were dealing with the cap on student accommodation, we kept saying, NSFAS, bring us your case study. Bring us the research that informed how you decided that you were going to put this particular cap or place this particular cap. We need a similar sort of document that, of course, will also include the report from the investigations that are currently being done. And I just need the chair of the board to confirm that all these questions and concerns that members have will be answered through this investigation. And of course, some of the information you'll include from yourselves in whatever case study you can bring forth. So that's one matter. And to put a time frame on that, when we will require all of that information is when you've concluded the work or the investigation is done. Of course, Chair, you'll have to clarify I think Honorable King and myself raised this one around the CEO being appointed, yet the investigation is not done. Yet we were made to understand that, the CEO being put on leave or whatever it is based on, post the CEO being put on leave, we wanted to investigate some of the allegations that were set against him. And so we need outcomes. And so we would assume that report would assist in guiding how we then move forward in terms of the position of the CEO. So, Chair of the board, again, that is something that we'd like to package in that format. There's information that I think we really had wanted from service providers around disbursement of allowances. And for me, that first one, Tenet, I think your data to some extent tried, and but it is not desegregated enough for you to bring us into confidence. And I want to suggest this. I want to suggest that every service provider furnishes us with a breakdown that could have the following headings. Firstly, the institution, how many students you're supposed to fund at that institution, how many have you KYC'd, how many have their cards, how many have you paid each month. So at this institution, you must show us you paid this many, so that we can compare the number of students you're supposed to be funding at that institution vis-a-vis the number of students you have funded successfully in each month. So that is a template that we will request from service providers within a week from this meeting. And then because a lot of the questions members are asking speak to that. Then we need a financial literacy plan, a consolidated one where NSFAS is in control, because NSFAS, these service providers are under you. So you need to guide how they ensure that you are able to execute the mandate that has been given to you as NSFAS. So you need to play an oversight role in ensuring that they are, successfully rolling out a financial literacy program or awareness or whatever you want to call it at all of these institutions to ensure that all these young people are KYC, that they are all, for example, do they know that if I transact this many times, it charges me this much? Do they have a full-on comprehension of that? Because otherwise, and that then takes us back to the question of why we even got these service providers in the first place. But we are not there yet. We want that report from Worksmans to assist us with that. So we need a proper plan, financial literacy plan. For example, these visits you're doing to institutions, are you collaborating as NSFAS and these service providers? So when NSFAS goes to these institutions, are the service providers also hopping along with you to troubleshoot these matters with you? So not only for you to data mine or fact find, but for you to also address these issues. And I guess the question would be, do these institutions, these service providers, have the capacity to be scattered across the country in the manner in which we require them to be? All the social media, online platforms, Facebook, whatever Instagram that you have as NSFAS must be flooded with information that will ensure that we have all young people onboarded with their cards and are able to receive their allowances. We should be working effortlessly and tirelessly to ensure that that happens. And of course, we must acknowledge the 7-point plan. It just needs to be, taken forward. We want the report of the 7-point plan. Given, of course, whatever the response will be on the point Honorable Khachao raised around the increased accreditation of beds, if indeed, we've been able to really accelerate our pace in terms of that, of course, given the quality, that the quality of beds we're accrediting are also in line with our principles and our values, then we also must acknowledge that work that has been done there, as Honorable Khachao has. With that being said, I then want to hand over to yourselves as service providers. A lot of the information that members require must be sent to us in writing because we want it to be captured adequately. And this has to be done within the next 7 working days because it's data related. We need to know when students are getting why students haven't gotten their allowances, at which institutions, where have we sent, when are we, that's the data we need. So that data and information must be sent to us in writing within the next 7 working days. But I'll hand over to service providers for your 2-minute closing remarks. And then I'll hand over to NSFAS Chair and Acting CEO, and then to Minister. So let me start with Coinvest. Coinvest, Mr. Mazibugu.
Yes, I'm here. Well, I really want to thank the committee for affording us the opportunity to come and present. We've had all the questions, and what we will do, obviously, in our response is to cover each and every issue that has been raised within the next 7 days.
And please, your leadership, where is the top tier leadership of the institution? Can colleagues also account on that?
Obviously, on the first meeting that was scheduled, they were going to be present, but with this one, they got engaged with other commitments. But certainly, we'll make sure that in future engagements, they are actually present as you requested, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can we please receive an apology in writing from them, accompanying the responses that we require from yourselves? I'd like to then go to Noracco.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I'd like to thank the committee also for this opportunity to present and also to get the insight of some of the concerns. We have noted the concerns that were raised, especially to us as Noracco Corporation, and we will then respond to those concerns. And you have our full commitment that we are dedicated and committed to ensuring a better service to our students. And you do have the executive team on the Chief Operating Officer of Noracco Corporation, and Dr. Agbo Kande, who's the CRO of the organization. He's also on the call. Thank you.
And the CEO?
He's traveling at the moment.
Can we kindly receive as the committee an apology accompanying your responses, your written responses?
Sure.
Thank you. Can I then move to eZaga?
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to thank the committee for their efforts and making us understand all the anomalies and issues on the ground. I would like to also ask for a couple of days to converse back on all the questions relating to the line items. There's a lot of things and line items that I could not answer as a CEO. I have a lot of teams underneath me that validates from an operational line item perspective. So it would be great for me to engage with them and get specific data and information for you and the panel. I just want to leave off that we are definitely committed to ensure that the project moves into the right direction. And whatever efforts is required from eZaga will be the full on suite. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tenet.
Good evening again, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the platform once again and for the opportunity to present. We note all the questions and queries relating to the various processes as well as operational challenges. We would like to take this opportunity to go back and, like I've mentioned, we take note of all the issues raised and we will furnish you with a response in due course, as stipulated by you, within 7 working days. Thank you.
And your leadership colleagues from Tenet.
Yes, you're speaking to him.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't think the program that I have indicates your role.
No, you're speaking to the CEO.
So, Mr. Passmore, which is yourself, you are the CEO of it.
Correct.
All right. The program that we have, the agenda that we have here does not indicate your title or your position.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the service providers and police. We don't take lightly at all, or kindly, sorry, at all to late responses. Really, please, I ask of all colleagues to respect the 7 working days and to answer the questions. Doesn't assist for you to send a response that's not going to alleviate the anxieties and the concerns that we have. You need to, if you believe that you are doing your best as these service providers, you need to bring us into confidence as Parliament on that so that we are able to communicate effectively to students. So if you're going to give us weak presentations, then we also can't say anything to students. We can't, there's nothing substantive that we're going to be able to say to students, which ultimately says you are incapable of doing your work. And at this point in time, we are really hoping that the investigation that is being that has been set by the board will assist us on getting to the bottom of that particular concern around capacity. But thank you very much to yourselves as colleagues from the different service providers or disbursement companies. I'd like to then hand over to the CEO and the chair of NSFAS.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I will, on behalf of my colleagues from the board and management, just talk to a few matters that were raised. The first one, Honorable Chair, it's your comments on whether the report will address the substance of the matters that were raised by members of this honorable committee this evening. And my response is yes, it is my considered opinion that the terms of reference cover the area raised. And with this in mind, Honorable Chair, I will not delve into any of the comments made by the service providers. The report will respond to the issues raised in a manner that is conclusive, but also with a measure of good authority. Honorable Chair, there's a correction I would like to make. On 2 occasions, first by yourself and Honorable King, you referred to CEO Andile Nongogo not being a member of our staff anymore. Mr. Nongogo is still a CEO, is a CEO of NSFAS, let me not put any adjective, with all the rights according to employees in the context of his employment contract, and he should be treated as such with the respect that goes with his position. Now, the misunderstanding could have come when I spoke about the core business executive, who we sometimes call the COO. You will remember, Honorable Chair, that we used to have a COO. It is that position that we are filling, not the CEO. And I just thought that should be corrected before it goes viral. The second issue I would like to talk to, Honorable Chair, is a misunderstanding, which is now coming for the second time, on our relationship with accommodation providers, on us sending students to certain accommodation providers. It first was raised by the Honorable Hau in the previous meeting, where she spoke about concerns that we were involved in students that are staying in some squatter camps in the Zanin area. Just now, Honorable King also raised a concern about us paying accommodation providers. And if you allow me, I just want to correct this once and for all. We have not paid accommodation providers directly yet. And the CEO is going to talk to that. Also, we are not really involved in students at our institutions of higher learning who find themselves in accommodations that are not really up to standard. As a matter of fact, our accommodation policies and all that we said we are busy implementing now seeks to correct that kind of a situation. And we're taking this with the seriousness that it deserves. We consider the provision of accommodation a big project. We currently pay more than 13 billion rands per year for accommodation, and with the projections for student growth in the TVET and universities. In 2043, this is going to be just under $500 billion. So we really take this serious. There's a question that I thought I should also respond to that has got to do with when are we submitting a report to the minister. I wasn't sure which report was referred to. But just to say this again, that in the past 40 working days or so, we have received several directives from the from the Minister of Higher Education. The first one emanating from a meeting in Zimbabwe on direct payments, on a range of issues. Another one on direct payments, and another one just now after his press conference. We have submitted a report to the shareholder on the first set of issues raised, and we do submit reports to the minister. We are now preparing to submit a report to the minister to respond to his latest directives in the context of the Lekgotla that we had. So we depending on the availability of the minister, because we like to submit this physically and have an engagement with his office, we will be accommodated by his office, and we'll write to him as early next week. I will now hand over to the CEO to talk about a few other areas that we felt should be responded to now, and we will indeed come back to the committee on all the other issues that were raised earlier on. Right, CEO.
No, thank you, Mr. Khoza. Through you, Chair of the committee, I would like to touch on student accommodation accreditation. The total number of beds that we have reported in this meeting that were applied for in the portal, we reported that we are at 247,835. At our previous meeting with the committee on the 6th of September, we reported 93,424 beds. The number of beds applied for on the portal has thus increased. The total number of beds that have been paid for, and this paid for is paid by the accommodation provider for those beds to be ready for accreditation. This number is reported today as 69,590. It was previously reported at 58,444. Again, this number has increased. And I want to emphasize again that the payment is from the accommodation provider to NSFAS for those beds to be accredited. The total number of beds that have been accredited amounts to 25,803. This figure was reported previously at 21,903. NSFAS has started a pilot on student accommodation, and these beds that have been accredited are the ones that are going to be used in this pilot for the identified institutions to be placed into this accommodation and accredited beds. The second issue that I wanted to touch on, Chairperson, is the banking fees. It appeared through the presentation by the service providers that the banking fees were not the same. This is not the case. We have been together with all the service providers right from the beginning when we initially negotiated, benchmarked, and did the due diligence on the bundle that costed 89 Rand. We then, after consultation with the students, moved together to the bundle of 29 Rands. And again, we are together on the bank account that cost 12 Rand without of bundle pay-as-you-go fee and transactional items. And as indicated, Chairperson, we are still in the process of negotiating and finding ways to reduce these costs where possible. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the two issues that I want to reflect on.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Chair, can I just go back to you for a bit? You said the reports from the investigations we're currently doing in relation to the service providers should be ready by when?
I said in 10 days.
In 10 days, okay. So you'll be ready to present it to the committee when?
Can we come back to you, Honorable Chair, on that?
Okay. All right, but you should be done within 10 days.
Yes, definitely.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the Chairperson of NSFAS and the acting CEO. I'd like to now hand over to the Minister and the Deputy Minister.
Chair, can you make it clear who are you handing over to first?
Maybe let me start with the DM. DM, is there anything you'd like to add? Yeah, I think we're fine. So we'll hand over to you, Minister. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. It's been a very long session. And I suppose that in terms of what the committee had intended to find out, this has gone a long way in assisting the committee to find out. There was a question that was asked about reports to me. NSFAS is reporting to me on an ongoing basis. I want to clarify that. The press conference that I had a few weeks ago was actually based on some of the responses from what I had asked the NSFAS board to do, including immediate interventions, for instance, the sending out of teams to institutions to identify the students who have not been paid, what the problem was, and so on. All that was based on NSFAS responses to what I had asked the board to do. There are immediate things, Chair, but also there are short to medium issues that also needs to be dealt with, like the issue of the report that the Chair is talking about. That he says the report will be available in 10 days. I continue to interact with NSFAS, as I am supposed to do, to get reports on what they are doing in responding to these matters that are of concern to all of us, and not least to myself. In fact, I would urge that the committee goes to my press statement, which was a comprehensive press statement explaining what we are doing to address these particular problems and what are the matters that still require further attention. The intervention teams identify students that are not being paid. And also, Chair, I would really like to urge the committee to support government and to support me as minister to be ruthless about those who are defrauding NSFAS. We can't fight corruption halfway. That corruption is unacceptable in certain instances, but if it involves students and some of their parents, we go soft on it. Because that would be, I don't know what's the right English word to use. That would be dishonest in our fight against corruption. For someone who is an executive in an SOE, but whose dependent is getting NSFAS, is criminal. It's actually robbing the poor. And I would like this committee not to dilly-dally on this matter, to please help us to deal with these matters ruthlessly and not to go soft, and not also to try and be friends and be populist when it comes to dealing with these matters. We must be principled about them. I urge this committee to support us on that score. Now, Chair, there are many things that I've asked NSFAS to do. For instance, I've said your call center has got problems, go and sort it out. And also there must be an end date for appeals. We can't be having endless appeals. Let me also thank you, Chair, for clarifying what is called the Balim report. In fact, it's a shame in many respects. I'm sorry to say this with due respect, that EFF members of this committee don't even know that this report had actually served before the committee. That they were not there is not an excuse. Each party has a responsibility that when it actually changes or reshuffles its representatives in committees, those who have been there before must brief the incoming members. I'm glad that we have clarified that. So it was all hot air at the beginning when, in fact, this report was presented. But Chair, allow me to end by, honestly, I think as a minister, I would be irresponsible if I don't caution the committee. It's not an instruction. It's not an imposition. But I just want to go to the issue of the separation of powers, because I think I have a duty to engage on this. Our constitution says the legislature, which is parliament, the provincial legislatures and local councils, makes the laws and monitors the executive. The executive, which is the president, the deputy president, and ministers, makes policy, proposes laws, and implements laws passed by the legislature. And the judiciary tries cases and administers justice. I'm raising this, Chair, because I'm worried about some of the instructions that we are giving here. If you say the service providers must come back with a report within 7 days, you are giving an instruction. If we take that instruction to its furthest, you are basically placing the committee to usurp the powers of management of NSFAS that entered into an agreement with the service providers. That you have called the service providers, it's fine, it's your choice. You are also usurping the executive, the powers of the board of NSFAS. You are also, in a way, usurping my own powers as the minister. What am I going to do as the minister? I can't, for instance, as a minister, go to service providers and give them instructions. If I'm unhappy, I have to call the board of NSFAS and say to the board of NSFAS, what are you doing about this particular matter? Chair, we are a constitutional democracy. It may be very frustrating that there are these problems with NSFAS, but we are a constitutional state, and we must respect the separation of powers. I have never heard that a portfolio committee actually can instruct a member of the executive or an organ of the executive to say, do this or that. That goes beyond oversight. Parliament plays an oversight role. I'm very worried about beginning to give instructions that at the end of the day, you can't enforce as a portfolio committee. What happens if those instructions are not represented? What are you going to do as the portfolio committee? There's nothing you will do. You will have to come back to me as the minister and say, Minister, we instructed this is not happening. Can you please act? That is the separation of powers between oversight, executive. It's very important, Chair, that we don't traverse that space, because we are going to set a precedent that we are not going to be able to sustain. I must say, I'm very worried about giving 7 days, must do this and that. That's not the oversight role. You are now given an instruction, which is an executive instruction that, in essence, you are giving as the committee. Now, I don't want to start a debate.
Honourable Minister, there's a hand that is up.
No, Chair, allow me to finish and then the hand can come after what I've said.
Minister, you can't tell me how to chair the meeting. Honourable King, can I please note
You
your hand?
have given me a chance, Chair, to answer.
I want to note the hand.
If you're giving me a chance, you are not saying, we say it's a hand. Is it a point of order? If it's a point of order, I can
you
understand.
afford me an opportunity, Minister, to find
out
what
a hand, Chair,
for?
can't disturb me. Either you want
We have
me
just
to
told
engage,
members not to call frivolous points of orders. We have just told members not to call frivolous points of orders. There's a hand that is up. If it's a point of
But
order,
if
we
it's
will
not
take
a
it.
point of order, you can't disturb me, Chair, having given me an opportunity. It's unfair.
Minister, how are we to find out what the hand is for? How?
No. If it is,
So the
you
member
haven't even
must.
found
So
out,
the
you are saying that I must stop. Okay,
the member
Chair, let
must
me respect
interject
you.
you.
Let me respect you. Let take the hand.
Thank you. Honorable King, what is the hand for?
Chairperson, I don't think we actually instructed people. You were merely asking that the format of how the presentations were done be given to us within a period
Honorable
of 7
King, can you afford me an opportunity to respond in the end? I thought maybe it's something that he was doing incorrectly. I will respond in the end, Honorable King. Thank you.
Chair, I want
Honorable
to
Minister,
conclude.
can you please continue?
I'm concluding. I think you are going beyond the powers of a committee in terms of the instructions that you are giving. And I can't allow that as a minister. I will have to raise it. And if need be, we actually need to take it with higher structures. Because you are now essentially usurping the powers of the of the management of NSFAS, the powers of the board of NSFAS. In the end, we are also usurping my own powers in terms of intervention. I can't be giving an instruction to NSFAS to do this, and you also give a parallel instruction. Oversight is not instructions, because you can't enforce that. That is the point that I am making. I am saying I appreciate the discussions that have taken place. I hope also we are satisfied. We have managed to ask questions, but you can't be saying in 7 days' time, this is we want. From service providers. I, as a minister, don't go anywhere near service providers. I talk to NSFAS directly and say, NSFAS to the board, tell me why are these service providers not responding? Unfortunately or fortunately, we are a constitutional state, and democracy can be very slow, no matter how frustrated we can be about things we think are happening or not happening. In fact, as a matter of fact, Honorable King is agreeing with me, because she is trying to say no instruction was given. We have to test that so that we don't then find ourselves being committee chair entirely, unconditionally, but it is oversight role, not in trying to usurp the powers of the executive. That I am not accepting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much to the colleagues at NSFAS. Thank you very much to service providers. Thank you very much to honorable members. I want to repeat this. There are funds that are voted for by this parliament that we have given to departments and their entities, and they've extended that responsibility to service providers to disperse and to manage on our behalf and on the behalf of citizens. We have been inundated as a portfolio committee with concerns about students who are not receiving their allowances on time, students who are saying they have not received their allowances at all, students who are saying they've received lesser amounts, and so on and so forth. In this meeting, service providers have not been able to bring us into confidence as a portfolio committee on whether or not all students who they are responsible for dispersing allowances to have actually received those allowances, and whether or not they have indeed dispersed those allowances. What we are requesting from service providers is information, and Parliament is well within its rights to be afforded and to be privy to information in relation to citizens. This, of course, is based on the legal advice that we have received in terms of how and what we need to interact on with service providers. So, Minister, according to the legal advice we've received from Parliament itself, what we are doing now, requesting service providers to bring us into confidence on whether or not they have dispersed allowances to students, who, which institution, how many students, what are the shortfalls, when are you going to disperse those allowances, is well within our rights. And service providers, we will expect that within the next 7 working days, that you furnish this portfolio committee with that particular information. Whether you want to also share it to NSFAS, whether you also want to share it with Minister, that is fine. But we will require that that information is shared with the portfolio committee. And that's on that matter around the information. We're not instructing anyone to do anything. We're saying, give us the information that will afford us the rights and that will afford us the right to fulfill our functions in terms of ensuring that we take the issues of citizens to Parliament, and to government departments and their entities. We must be able to go back to students and say, indeed, they've disbursed allowances. Then we can further discuss other matters. So I don't want to go back and forth on that one, Minister. We've received legal advice as this committee, and as far as we know, we are well within our functions as a portfolio committee. So to conclude the meeting, colleagues, we want to, as I had said, acknowledge the 7-point plan. We need it to be expanded to all institutions. We need a report coming out of that 7-point plan. We want to encourage that when NSFAS rolls out the 7-point plan, going to the ground and so forth, that you please, that you take along service providers and that you have an integrated approach to doing that, so that the financial literacy that follows this new direct payment system is executed and implemented across institutions to ensure that students are able to access their allowances. Essentially, we want to get to a point where all students are KYC'd and all students have their cards and all students are able to receive their allowances. Then we also want to acknowledge CEO, and you've confirmed this. There was a clarity that came from Honorable Khachal. You have confirmed that indeed there's been an increase in terms of beds and accreditation of accommodation, and we welcome that and that particular strides. And if that long photo, and that type of dedication can just be how we do things, I really think we would achieve a whole lot more as NSFAS. Chair of the board, we acknowledge the fact that the worksman's report should be ready in the next 10 days. We will engage further on an appropriate time for you to then come to the committee and share that report with the committee. And then I think, acting CEO, there's been a lot of concern around human capacity. I think one of the colleagues spoke about it from the call center perspective, but a lot of the concerns we have generally speak about whether or not we as NSFAS are able to do our work. And what would really assist us with this, and you had once shared something that's almost, or information that almost gave us an idea of your, what did you call it? I think it was a roadmap towards, there's another term that you used, but basically when you took us through the building and how the divisions would then be increased, what space would be used by which division, and so on and so forth, you basically had a plan on how you would restructure your human resource or your organogram, and how you would restructure it, or if you needed more human resource capacity. So I think what would really assist us in terms of bringing us into confidence on whether or not we have capacity in terms of human resource is if you shared with us the capacity that you currently have, where it locates itself, whether or not we find it adequate, or whether or not it needs to be expanded, by when will it be expanded, and do we have what could be the shortfalls? So would it be a financial shortage, so we don't have enough funds to perhaps get that additional human capacity, or it's a time limitation? What are the risks in terms of us getting that human resource capacity, and what does the time frame look like? So in the next 5 months, we can employ 5 people in this division, and that should give us so much amount of capacity, so that we also are brought into confidence on our plans to really capacitate NSFAS to be able to play the impactful role that it already is playing, but at a greater scale and more effectively and efficiently. And then I'd like to leave it at that, colleagues. We will expect all written responses within the next 7 working days. Chair, you've acknowledged the fact that the written responses from a month ago that you tried to expand on towards the end of the presentation initially, have not been finished to the committee. And please make sure that by Friday, those questions have come in, or those responses have come in. And these are responses from a month ago. All right. Honorable members, I think that then brings us to the end of our meeting. I just want to check 1 or 2 matters before members log off. Just have a few announcements to make. Yeah, okay. So next term, honorable members, the honorable Itia, your hand is noted. The program for next term, there is a draft program that will come out for next term. I know it's because of the meetings that have been, sitting. It feels like we've not really been on constituency period, but we're just continuing. So the program for next term will come out. There are a few Fridays that have been turned into plenary days, which then makes it difficult for us to do our work in relation to DSI again. We have brought up some matters that we've had to forego in the previous term because those Fridays were taken away. But I think that's about it from our side. The colleagues who will be going on the international study tour, I think Anele and Shanaz have been continuously engaging with yourselves. For members who aren't aware, we were only allocated 5 members. And that is the 3 to the governing party, 2 to opposition. And that criteria that was used was based on participation and so forth and so forth. I think that's it on my side. Honorable Litsie, let me take, and then when we come back, we have a couple of minutes to adopt. So we'll do that in the 4th term. Honorable Litsie, let me take your hand.
Thanks, Chairperson. My hand was not a point of order. Thanks for taking a chair. 2 weeks ago, this meeting was supposed to have been convened 2 weeks ago. But it could not because we did not, or we could not agree on the meeting sitting. In fact, the meeting sat, but we then deliberated on why it was not continuing. One of the reasons why it was not continued was because the minister had written a letter to yourself or to the committee addressed to yourself on why he's asking that we should not continue at that time. And then we had discussed that letter. You had sent it to us as honorable members of Parliament to deliberate on so that we don't take things out of context. That letter, Chair, was then leaked to the public, something that has not happened before. It was then leaked, Chairperson, by one of our members who posted it on social media or on a Facebook page, because I had to go and check all of you who I serve with here or who might have done so. I found, Chair, on that letter posted, the letter of the minister addressed to yourself. It was then posted on Facebook by Honorable Karabo Khakao, which I believe, Chair, that it was out of order. It was not supposed to be done. And I'm bringing it to the attention of the committee for members, to also know this thing. But I also want to suggest, the Chair, that we ask Parliament, don't know whether through Chair of Chairs, or we can write to the Ethics Committee of Parliament to attend to this member who shared a letter that was not meant for public consumption or shared it on Facebook. If you remember, Chair, on the 30th of August, we had a meeting with UNISA, UCT, and Fort Hare. And Fort Hare, in the meeting, raised a concern that they were contacted by the media before appearing before us about some of the contents of their presentation, obviously being shared with the media, and they were asked to respond to those contents that had not been public yet. So I suggest, Chair, that we take serious, I take serious offense, but I think I want to lobby the committee that we ask the Ethics Committee of Parliament to attend to this ill discipline, what I call ill discipline by one of our members, Honorable Karabo Khakau. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Litie. That matter is noted and we will get advice. Colleagues, I would like to plead with us that we have a mammoth task on our hands. And we've really tried collectively to push for the last 4 years. Members have come, members have gone, but we've really tried our best to push to ensure that young people can have access to higher education, that we're able to increase strides. I mean, look at the CET program. We've literally lifted attention on the CET program as a committee. Not so long ago, the DDG was sharing with me how there's increased infrastructure that has been moved from public works. We all collectively know that in the recent annual performance plans that were shared with us, there was an increased budget for CETs. Even in TVET, in the TVET space, even with the most challenging of issues relating to NSFAS, the fact that there is now an idea of a direct payment system is because we said, but how is it that we cannot trace as NSFAS our money that far? I mean, a young person was given the wrong amount by a third, fourth party. Let's bring this matter closer. Those are our recommendations as a portfolio committee. We have collectively done an amazing job. When you look at the recent annual performance plan of this department, it sounds like this portfolio committee. When it speaks about integration, when it speaks about ensuring access, right at the beginning, we spoke about this when we were dealing with the annual performance plan, where we felt that there was a greater reflection of the recommendations of the committee. Let us not drop the ball now. Let us not drop the ball now, colleagues. Across parties, we've worked very well with one another for years. It's tough, it's difficult. We know that silly season is upon us. Let us really try to maintain the integrity and the decorum of this portfolio committee. I plead with you. We are all equally stressed about strides and targets that are not met in the manner and at the pace at which we want them to be met. Me, you, Honorable King, me, you, Honorable Noble, Washoff, all of us, we get the same amount of queries and concerns on our Instagrams, on our WhatsApps, on our phones. We are all equally frustrated. So what is not going to assist this portfolio committee now is for us to drench it in party politics. It's really not going to assist us. It is what, for me, has really afforded us the strength and the power to the fact that we've never had, really petty party politics in this committee, I think is what has made us as formidable as strength as we have been. So I plead with you, colleagues. We've never seen a situation where information that was meant for myself, that we've shared with yourselves for the sake of transparency, has now been leaked to social media platforms. It really deepens whatever trust deficit or could be there. It weakens the integrity of the committee. So I'm pleading with us, if we have concerns, we know the platforms to use them. If you want to recommend an item that must be put on the agenda, you know the platform to do it. At times, we might not be able to put it in at that particular point in time, but eventually it is placed. And we find other measures, alternative measures of playing our oversight role. Do we send an email to that institution in the meantime? Do you go as members and do your individual member oversight and then come back and inform the committee? There are many ways in which we can go about this work. Honorable Pillay, I would really request that I don't take your hand so that we can close the meeting. It is very late and I would like to release members. But I'm pleading with us to please just, hang in there. Elections are coming up soon, but let's conclude our work. Let's try our best to do as much as we can with the rest of the year. Let's be able to also give a really solid legacy report to the 7th administration. Those of us who were at the midterm review, we were collectively concerned about how much work we still felt we needed to do. And, we've been trying to push. Sometimes our meetings are extremely long. And our meetings are extremely long, not because members want to drag meetings, but because everyone feels like they really want change and they really want progress to be made. So can we take collective responsibility in ensuring that we are able to achieve that of which we believe is right as a collective? With all our differing manifestos, there's a point where we agree. There are points where we don't agree. We know there with Boshoff, he speaks about transformation in a very different way. We know there by DA, you speak about, paying the money back. There by NSFAS, maybe in the future. We have differing views, but there is a point where our views come together, bounded by the constitution of this country, bounded by the values that are within our constitution, about ensuring that we have equality, ensuring that we deal with poverty, ensuring that we deal with non-sexism, and ensuring that the livelihoods of all South Africans, is where it ought to be. So please, colleagues, let's just focus. With that being said, good night, and we will see each other next term. Siyabonga.
Recording stopped.